Welcome back, my friends. Settle in and enjoy the stories. Nothing here will wake you. Sleep well. Story 1. I worked Marine Patrol in Everglades National Park for almost 9 years, and for most of that time, I believed the dangerous parts of the job were the things I could name. Heat stroke, lightning, but a fuel line cracking 30 miles from the marina. A tourist trying to cross Florida Bay with a road map folded on his lap. Nachi. A storm building behind a wall of mangroves where you could not see it until the sky had already turned green. Those were real dangers. They could kill you quickly, but they followed rules. There was one place west of Flamingo that did not. I am not going to give the exact coordinates. That is not because the Park Service made me sign anything, and it is not because I think people will go looking for it. I am withholding them because coordinates were part of the problem. Every device we carried placed that channel somewhere different. On one receiver, it was 4 miles inland. On another, it was in open water. According to the paper chart, there was nothing there except an unbroken wall of red mangrove and a mud bank that should have been exposed at low tide. But I went through it, and I saw the patrol boat that had been missing for 11 years. This happened in late September, during the slow part of hurricane season, when the air stays hot after sunset, and every exposed surface feels damp. My name is Elias Navarro. Most people at the station called me Eli. At the time, I was 38 years old and assigned shallow water patrol out of Flamingo. I knew that district well enough to navigate many of the channels without looking at a screen. That sounds like pride, but it was really repetition. When you spend hundreds of hours between mangrove islands, you stop seeing the coastline as one green wall. You notice the pale root shaped like a bent elbow, the dead trunk leaning over a creek mouth, the patch of black water where a bank drops away beneath you. Even then, the Everglades could confuse you. Mangrove shorelines do not hold still the way rock does. Storms tear openings through them. Silt seals other openings in a season. A channel that carried 3 feet of water in spring might be a bed of warm mud by autumn. GPS signals skip under dense canopy. Diagarat are caught. Compasses become unreliable if you set them too close to a radio speaker or a toolbox. Heat and dehydration take your judgment before they take your strength. We were trained to distrust anything that seemed impossible until we had checked the tide, the weather, the equipment, and ourselves. That training is probably why I stayed in the channel as long as I did. The first report came from a fisheries pilot named Martha Keene. She had been flying a survey line over the western edge of Florida Bay shortly after sunrise, when she saw a flash of government green beneath the mangrove canopy. She circled twice, but the trees were too dense to see the object again. On her third pass, sunlight struck something rectangular beside a narrow ribbon of water. She thought it was an old Park Service skiff. There was nothing unusual about abandoned boats in that country. Storms carried them inland. People ran them into shallow creeks and left when the engines failed. We found hulls with no registration, stripped motors, even small cabins that had traveled miles from where they had once stood. What made Martha's report different was the number she thought she saw on the bow. 712. Patrol boat 712 had disappeared 11 years earlier with Ranger Caleb Ward aboard. I had never met Ward. He was already part of station history when I arrived, one of those names older rangers mentioned only after new employees had spent enough time on the water to understand what being lost out there meant. The official account was simple. Ward departed Flamingo alone to check an overdue fishing vessel before a late-season tropical storm. His last transmission placed him near a chain of unnamed mangrove keys. The overdue fishermen reached a private dock on their own. Ward never returned. The storm crossed the district that night. Search crews found one of his fuel cans, a section of gunwale, and a flotation cushion marked with the boat number. They did not find the hull. They did not find Ward. The case had been closed as a presumed fatal boating accident. By the time Martha made her report, 712 was no longer listed in our active records. Its radio call sign had been reassigned once, then retired. The original hull should have been broken apart by the storm or buried under a decade of vegetation. Our supervisor, Frank Delaney, did not believe Martha had seen it. He thought she had caught a glimpse of an airboat used by a research team or a derelict with similar paint. But a government vessel, even a wreck, had to be documented. He asked me to check the location because I had the lightest patrol skiff and the most experience in that part of the bay. He did not order me to go alone. 2 other rangers were handling a medical evacuation near the main road, and the law enforcement boat was down with an electrical fault. Delaney said I could wait until the following morning. I chose not to. That was my decision. Nobody forced it on me. The tide was falling, and Martha had seen the boat only when the sun reached beneath the canopy. If the object was inside a tidal creek, waiting could mean losing access for another day. I expected to be back before dark. I left the marina shortly after 1 in the afternoon in patrol skiff 8-4, a 17-foot shallow draft boat with a raised console and a 60-horsepower outboard. I carried extra fuel, drinking water, a first aid pack, bolt cutters, 50 feet of tow line, a handheld GPS, and a laminated chart. I also had a small waterproof camera issued for documenting damage. The day was bright when I left. Thunderheads sat far north over the mainland, but the bay above me was pale and empty. The wind was less than 5 knots. Visibility was good. Martha's coordinates led me into a region of small keys separated by narrow channels. I reduced speed as the water changed from dark green to brown. The bottom came up beneath the hull. Mullets scattered ahead of the bow, and once a large ray lifted out of the mud in a cloud that followed me for 50 yards. At 2:20, I reached the location she had marked. There was no channel. There was no visible boat. There was a solid mangrove shoreline with exposed mud at its base. I ran east, then west, looking for an opening. The depth stayed between 18 inches and 2 feet. My GPS showed me traveling along the edge of open bay, exactly where I expected to be. I called Delaney and told him the sighting was probably storm debris under the canopy. He asked if I could get a photograph. I said I would make one more pass. That was when I noticed the current. The tide was falling. Water should have been draining out of the mangroves and into the bay. In one place, floating leaves were moving the opposite direction. They gathered near the shore, turned slowly, and slipped between 2 pale roots. From a distance, the roots looked like one trunk split down the middle. When I came closer, I saw a gap no wider than the skiff. A mat of branches hung across it at shoulder height. The water beneath them was black. I had passed that exact spot twice. I am certain the gap had not been there. I shut down the outboard and let the boat drift. Leaves continued moving into the opening. A white feather touched the edge of the current, spun once and vanished beneath the branches. I checked the chart. No creek was marked. The GPS placed me 40 yards offshore, even though I could have reached out and touched the roots. There were several ordinary explanations. The aerial image on the receiver was old. The shoreline had expanded. The opening had been hidden by my angle of approach. Local drainage could oppose the general tide for a short period. I started the engine again. The branches scraped across the roof of the console as I entered. For the first 30 yards, I had to idle with the motor trimmed high. Mangrove roots pressed close on both sides. The channel was narrow, but deep enough beneath the center line. Water pulled steadily inward. After the first bend, the bay disappeared behind me. Sound changed immediately. Out in Florida Bay, there had been wind, birds, and the constant loose slap of water against the hull. Inside the mangroves, the air felt sealed. The engine became too loud. Each small movement of the throttle returned from the trees as a flat echo. I remember insects above the water. Mosquitoes, midges, and tiny flies formed drifting columns wherever sunlight broke through. They were irritating, but they reassured me. Insects meant air movement, open water, and normal swamp life. The channel widened after 200 yards. I lowered the motor and checked my position. The GPS track showed a straight line crossing dry land. The arrow that represented my boat pointed west, while the compass on the console pointed south. I shut the handheld unit off and restarted it. While it searched for satellites, I marked each turn with strips of orange survey tape. But I tied the first strip around a low root, the second around a dead branch, and the third where the channel divided around a mound of oyster shell. I took the right branch because the current was stronger there. 10 minutes later, I passed an orange strip tied around a dead branch. At first, I thought the channel had looped. Tidal creeks do that. They bend around islands and return within yards of where they began. But the strip was on my left now, and the knot faced the opposite way. I stopped and examined it from the boat. The tape was wet. Mine had been dry when I tied it. That detail bothered me more than it should have. Spray could have reached it. Condensation covered everything inside the channel. I told myself I had tied more markers than I remembered, or I was looking at old survey tape left by another crew. Then I saw a fourth strip farther ahead. It was tied in a clean square knot, the way I tied mine. It was also faded almost white, as if it had been hanging there for years. I did not approach it. I put the engine in reverse and began backing toward the last bend. The propeller stirred black mud. The current pushed harder against the stern than it had moments before. When I looked behind me, the channel was blocked by a mangrove limb. It had not fallen. There was no splash, no torn bark, and no floating debris. The limb grew horizontally from one bank to the other, thick as my leg, covered in living leaves. I could not have passed beneath it on the way in. I killed the engine and listened. Somewhere ahead, metal struck metal. One clean knock. Catch 'em all. Then, another. The sound was familiar. It was the loose latch of a storage compartment, tapping against a fiberglass deck. I called Delaney on the radio. My transmission went out broken, but readable. He answered that I was faint and asked for my position. I gave him the last reliable coordinates and told him I had entered an unmarked creek. He said, "Repeat that, Eli." "What creek?" I pressed the transmit button again. The metal latch sounded a third time. This time it came from directly beyond the bend. I used the bolt cutters to remove enough of the limb to pass. The wood was green and wet inside. Each cut released a sharp living smell. It took nearly 15 minutes, and the falling tide should have lowered the water around me during that time. Instead, the water rose against the roots. When I cleared the bend, I found a basin about the size of a small parking lot. The canopy opened above it, revealing a circle of white afternoon sky. A single boat rested along the far bank. The hull was dark green beneath sheets of algae. Mangrove roots had grown around the bow rail. The windshield was gone. The outboard motor hung tilted in the water, its casing bleached gray. Black numbers remained visible near the bow. 712. For a while, I did nothing. I sat with one hand on the throttle and watched the boat move against its roots. Each small motion lifted the loose compartment latch and let it fall. Metal against metal. That was the sound I had followed. I called Delaney again. Static covered most of his answer. I heard my name and the word return. I tried to send the boat number, but the radio's transmit light flickered and went dark. The old patrol skiff looked exactly as I had imagined a boat lost for 11 years should look. Its seats were split. Barnacles covered the lower hull. A small mangrove had rooted in the rear storage well. Nothing about the boat itself was impossible. The impossible part was the rope. 712 had not washed into that basin. It was tied to a tree. The line around the trunk had decayed to a dark, fibrous cord, but the knot remained visible above the water. It was a round turn with 2 half hitches, a standard working knot used by patrol staff. The tree had grown around part of it. Someone had secured the boat there. I moved alongside and tied off. The old hull sank several inches under my weight when I stepped aboard. Warm brown water washed over the deck and drained slowly through leaves. There were no human remains. The forward locker contained a ruined life jacket, a rusted flare tube, and a plastic evidence box sealed with 2 latches. Box was cloudy but intact. Inside was a spiral notebook. Most of its pages were swollen. The first entries were routine fuel records and patrol notes written in black ink. The name on the inside cover was Caleb Ward. I knew I should leave the notebook sealed for investigators. Instead, I opened the box. The air inside smelled faintly of gasoline and mildew. Ward's final entries were not a confession or a farewell. They were observations. He had drawn sections of a channel. Beside each drawing, he recorded the direction of flow, water depth, and time. His notes described a creek that changed shape as the tide fell. He wrote that marker tape appeared ahead of him before he placed it. He wrote that his compass reversed near the center basin. I photographed every page. The final legible entry was written more heavily than the others. It said, "When the water stops, do not use the motor. Follow the insects." I read that line twice. Then I realized the compartment latch had stopped moving. The water in the basin was perfectly still. There were no ripples around the roots. No drifting leaves. No small rings from insects touching the surface. I looked up. The columns of mosquitoes were gone. The entire basin had become silent. I took the notebook and stepped back onto my skiff. That was a mistake. I was no longer thinking like an investigator. I was thinking about getting a piece of proof back to the station before the channel closed completely. I placed the evidence box beneath my console, untied, and started the engine. The outboard fired on the first turn. Every bird in the mangroves began screaming at once. The sound came from all sides, so sudden and loud that I ducked. Herons, crows, rails, calls I could not identify. The canopy shook as hundreds of wings moved above it. Then all of them went quiet together. The water beneath my boat dropped. Not gradually. The basin lowered by nearly a foot in seconds, as if a drain had opened underneath it. Mud broke the surface around 712. My propeller struck something hard, and the engine stalled. The old patrol boat began to move. It slid away from the bank without turning. Roots scraped along its hull. The line embedded in the tree tightened, then pulled free from the wood with a wet, cracking sound. 712 drifted toward the narrowest opening in the basin. The water around it remained still. I do not mean the current was difficult to see. I mean leaves stayed motionless while the boat passed through them. The hull moved as if it were being drawn by a cable beneath the surface. For 3 or 4 seconds, I saw the open rear compartment of Ward's boat. There was fresh water inside it. Clear water, rocking from side to side, bright as if sunlight were shining on it from below. Then the boat entered the mangroves and disappeared. I tried the ignition again. The starter turned, but the engine would not catch. I raised the motor and found orange tape wrapped tightly around the propeller shaft. There were several layers of it. The outer strip was bright and clean. Beneath it were older strips, faded pink and finally white. The mass had packed itself behind the propeller like wet cloth. I cut it away with my knife. Some pieces were so brittle they broke when I touched them. Others stretched like tape taken fresh from a roll. All of the knots I had tied in the channel seemed to be there, wound around the motor in the reverse order I'd placed them. The water continued falling. Mud closed around the lower unit before I finished. I could smell sulfur rising from the exposed bottom. Small fish jumped in the remaining pools and vanished beneath roots. I looked at Ward's last note again. Do not use the motor. Follow the insects. I lowered my push pole over the side. It sank more than 6 feet without touching solid ground. That meant I was not sitting on an ordinary mud bank. There was a narrow trench beneath me, deep enough to float the hull if I kept to its center. The problem was finding the center. The surface gave no clue. Black water lay in disconnected patches among the mud. Every opening between the mangroves looked equally narrow. Then I saw a cloud of tiny flies under the trees to my left. They moved in a loose column over one ribbon of water. I pushed toward them. The skiff advanced a few feet at a time. Each time I moved away from the flies, the pole struck mud. Each time I stayed beneath them, it dropped into the deeper trench. Whether they were following airflow, humidity, or something else, they marked the only passable route. I do not believe insects were guiding me. I want to be clear about that. Small flying insects gather where warm air rises and where currents carry organic material. Ward had probably noticed the same thing. He had turned an environmental detail into a navigation method. That is the explanation I still use. For the first 100 yards it worked. I pushed beneath low branches and around mud shelves. The basin vanished behind me. I saw no sign of 712. The channel was narrower than the one I had entered, but the air began to move again. Mosquitoes gathered around my face. Under normal conditions, I would have hated them. That afternoon, their whining sounded like proof that the world outside still existed. My radio came back to life without warning. Delaney was calling my name. His voice was weak but recognizable. I answered and told him my engine was disabled, and I was pushing toward open water. He asked how far I was from the entrance. I looked at my handheld GPS. It had found satellites again, but the screen showed me almost 5 miles northwest of the position I had entered. According to the map, I was crossing a mangrove island on foot. I told Delaney the location was unreliable. He said the same thing twice. Stay with the boat. Stay with the boat. I tried to explain that remaining in the basin was not safe, but static swallowed my words. When the transmission cleared, Delaney said something that stopped me. He said, "Eli, you haven't moved." Our station tracked patrol radios whenever the signal was available. My unit had been sending the same position since my first call near the shoreline. On his screen, I was still outside the mangroves. I gave him a description of the basin and the old patrol boat. He did not answer immediately. Then, he told me to repeat the number. 712, I said. The radio went dead again. I continued following the flies. The channel began to slope upward. Water does not climb, but that was how it felt. The bow rose while the stern settled. I pushed the pole down and felt the tip slide backward beneath the hull. Loose leaves on the surface moved ahead of me, toward higher ground. I checked the small bubble level mounted beside the console. The bow was only slightly elevated. The illusion could have come from the trees leaning toward the passage. In close mangroves, with no horizon, your eyes lose the reference points that tell you what level means. Still, I had the sensation of pushing uphill through black water. The flies grew thicker. They formed a moving cloud about 20 yards ahead. Whenever I stopped, the cloud stopped. Whenever I pushed forward, it moved deeper into the trees. After several minutes, the insects divided. Half entered a passage to the right. Half continued straight. There was no obvious difference between the two openings. I checked the compass. The needle turned slowly and settled toward the right-hand passage. The GPS arrow pointed straight. I chose neither. Ward's notebook contained several channel drawings. I opened the evidence box on the console and compared the pages to what I saw around me. One sketch showed a fork beside a dead mangrove with 3 roots exposed above the water. The drawing could have matched dozens of places, but the note beside it was specific. Both return. Wait for the one that lands. I did not understand until a mosquito settled on the back of my hand. The insects in the right passage remained in constant motion. The ones ahead of me began landing on leaves, branches, and the gunwale of my boat. I went straight. The right-hand cloud disappeared into its passage. A few seconds later, I heard an outboard motor start somewhere beyond the trees. It was the same model as mine. I recognized the uneven idle and the high rattle from the motor cover. The sound moved rapidly along the other channel, keeping pace with me. I knew there could be another boat nearby. Delaney might have sent a second patrol. A fisherman could have entered from another creek. Sound travels unpredictably through mangroves. But the engine on the other side of the trees stalled at the exact moment mine had stalled in the basin. Then I heard the starter turn twice. After a pause, the motor started again and accelerated. It was repeating what my boat had done. Not my voice. Not a message. Only the sequence of mechanical sounds I had made minutes earlier. Returned through another part of the swamp. An echo delayed by the shape of the channel is not physically reasonable. I know that. A boat could have carried the same engine. Someone could have been operating it in the same way. Under stress, I may have imposed a familiar pattern on ordinary noise. But I stopped pushing until the sound faded. The flies continued landing ahead of me. I followed them. The light began to change. I had entered the creek under a white afternoon sky, but the spaces above the canopy were now blue-gray. I checked my watch. It read 3:47. Less than 90 minutes had passed. That seemed wrong. My arms were shaking from the push-pull. My shirt was soaked. The exposed skin on my wrists was swollen with bites. I felt as though I had been inside the mangroves for most of the day. I drank half a bottle of water and ate 2 salt tablets. Heat exhaustion can distort time. So can fear. The channel widened enough for me to lower the motor again. I did not start it. I continued with the pull until the water deepened and a soft current returned beneath the hull. The insects lifted from the leaves. They moved above the channel in a dense cloud, then turned sharply to the left. I followed. The bow broke through hanging branches and entered open water. For a moment, I believed I had returned to Florida Bay. Wind struck my face. Small waves tapped the hull. The relief was so strong that I sat down on the deck. Then I looked around. I was in a circular pond enclosed by mangroves. It was smaller than the first basin. Broken pilings stood along one bank. A square of rusted metal roof protruded from the trees. This was not open bay. It was the remains of an old backcountry structure, probably a fishing camp destroyed decades earlier. The flies vanished over the canopy. My compass settled. The GPS placed me in Florida Bay, nearly 2 miles from the nearest island. The unit reported 12 feet of water beneath me, although the push-pull touched bottom at 4. I considered waiting for rescue. The radio signal might improve in the open center of the pond. Delaney now knew I had found evidence connected to a missing ranger. Search crews would come. Then I saw a length of green hull beneath the rusted roof. For 1 second, I thought 712 had reached the pond before me. It was only a piece of fiberglass, no more than 3 feet long. One edge was jagged. A black number had been painted across it, but only the final digit remained. 2. The fragment could have come from Ward's boat during the storm. If so, search crews had missed it. The old camp may have collected debris for years. I moved closer and saw that the paint around the number was wet. A thin green line marked the water beneath it, as though the fragment had been torn from a hull moments earlier. Something pulled against the stern of my boat. I turned. My tow line was no longer coiled under the seat. It trailed into the water behind me. The line tightened, lifting clear of the surface. I had not attached it to anything. The skiff began moving backward. I grabbed the line and felt steady tension through it. There were no jerks like an animal struggling. It felt as though the far end had been fastened to a heavy boat drifting with a current. The line led toward the passage I had just left. I wrapped it once around a cleat to free my hands. The stern dropped low. Water spilled over the transom. The evidence box slid across the deck. I caught it with my foot, reached for the knife on my belt and cut the tow line. The released end snapped across the deck. It struck the evidence box hard enough to break one latch. The box opened. Ward's notebook fell into the water. I went after it without thinking. My hand touched the cover, but the swollen pages spread beneath the surface. The spiral binding caught around the submerged tow line. The line tightened again. The notebook was pulled straight down. I saw white pages turn below the surface like the wings of a bird. Then the water became dark, and the book was gone. The cut end of my tow line followed it. I still had the photographs. That fact steadied me. I secured the camera in my shirt pocket, primed the engine, and tried the ignition. The motor started. Ward's note had warned against using it when the water stopped. The pond now had small waves. Air moved across the canopy. Insects had returned along the banks. I decided the conditions had changed. I put the boat on plane and aimed for the widest opening. The passage beyond was barely deep enough. The lower unit struck mud twice. Branches hit the console and tore the radio microphone from its clip. Heel. I kept moving. The channel bent right, then left, then opened into a straight corridor filled with late sunlight. At the end stood 2 pale mangrove roots. They formed the same narrow gate through which I had entered. Beyond them was Florida Bay. I cleared the roots at full idle and felt the hull lift into open water. My wake spread normally behind me. The sun was low over the bay, orange beneath the clouds. My watch still read 3:47. The second hand was moving, but the minute hand had stopped. The clock on the GPS read 6:19. Delaney reached me by radio less than a minute later. He had already launched another ranger from Flamingo and requested a helicopter from a neighboring district. According to him, I had been out of contact for more than 3 hours. I gave my position. This time our coordinates matched. He asked whether I was injured. I said no. Then he asked if I had found 712. I looked back at the shoreline. The opening between the pale roots was still visible. As I watched, the falling tide exposed a dark mud bank across it. Leaves collected against the bank and began drifting outward toward the bay. The current was moving in the correct direction again. I told Delaney I had found the boat. I also told him I had lost it. The second ranger met me before sunset and escorted me to the marina. I was dehydrated, covered in insect bites, and had a shallow cut across one forearm. My core temperature was elevated, but not dangerous. I passed every orientation and neurological check the medic gave me. Delaney took my camera and GPS. We wrote the initial incident statement that night. Why? I expected questions about why I had entered an unmarked creek alone. I expected a formal review. I even expected a temporary removal from boat duty. What I did not expect was the camera. The first 12 photographs were clear. They showed the narrow entrance, mangrove roots, and sections of the channel. The next image showed the bow of 712 in the basin. The boat number was readable. That photograph still exists. I have seen a printed copy. Every photograph after it was damaged. The images of Ward's notebook appeared as horizontal bands of green and black. The camera technician said moisture had entered through the car door. Saltwater corrosion was found on one contact. It was ordinary equipment failure, and the camera was later removed from service. The GPS record was no better. My track began normally in Florida Bay, stopped at the shoreline, and resumed nearly 5 miles northwest. The missing section had been replaced by a straight line through solid mangrove. The unit's clock showed a reset during the same interval. The photograph of 712 proved only that I had found an old boat. It did not prove where I had found it. At first light, 2 boats and a helicopter returned with me to Martha's coordinates. The tide was lower than it had been the previous afternoon. We found the 2 pale roots. We did not find an opening. Behind them was a continuous mud bank crowded with young mangroves. Some trunks were as thick as my wrist. There was no cut wood from the limb I had removed, no propeller marks, and no channel deep enough to carry a skiff. The helicopter searched for the 2 basins. Dense canopy limited visibility, but thermal imaging showed no large open water and no fiberglass hull. Martha flew the original survey line again. She could not repeat her sighting. The photograph was sent to the regional office. Boat records confirmed the number and hull style were consistent with 712, but not conclusive. The identifying plate and registration decal were not visible. Investigators noted that several similar skiffs had operated in South Florida. Anyone could have painted numbers on an abandoned hull. My report included the notebook, the changing current, the marker tape, and the tow line. Those details were classified as observations made under heat stress and uncertain navigation conditions. That wording was not an accusation. It was the most defensible explanation available. A hydrologist reviewed the area and explained that falling tides can produce temporary countercurrents in branching mangrove systems. Wind-driven water can raise one basin while another drains. Narrow channels can appear and disappear quickly when floating vegetation shifts. He could not explain how a mature mangrove bank could seal the entrance overnight. He said I may not have returned to the same place. That is possible. It is also possible that the old boat had been trapped in a different creek, and that confusion, equipment failure, and fatigue combined until I connected ordinary events into one impossible experience. I have considered that explanation for years. It does not account for the photograph. Delaney quietly reopened Caleb Ward's file. For 3 weeks, crews searched during different tidal stages. They examined aerial images taken before and after the storm that had killed him. They found several old camps and dozens of narrow drainage cuts. They never found 712. The case was closed again. I remained with the Park Service for 4 more years. I continued operating boats, although I refused assignments in that section of the bay during extreme low tides. I never entered another unmarked mangrove channel. Delaney did not pressure me. He had heard my calls that afternoon, including the transmission in which I reported finding the boat. He also told me something he left out of the official record. During the period when my radio position remained frozen outside the mangroves, the station received an automatic locator signal from a second vessel. The identifier belonged to 712. It appeared for 11 seconds, close to Martha's original coordinates, then vanished. Automatic signals can be duplicated. Old identifiers are sometimes programmed into replacement equipment. Receivers produce false positions. Delaney knew all of that, which was why he did not include it in the report without corroboration. But the identifier had not transmitted from the water. According to the system, it was moving north at 6 knots across dry mangrove. I retired from federal service 3 years ago. I now maintain boats for a county department on the Gulf Coast. I do not tell this story often. People either want me to claim that Caleb Ward was still alive in the channel, or that something in the mangroves took him. I cannot claim either one. I never saw Ward. I never saw a creature. I found an old patrol boat in a place I could not locate again. Everything beyond that has another possible explanation, even if those explanations do not fit together neatly. Last September, Delaney mailed me a photocopy from the station's maintenance log. He had retired the year before, but someone still sent him unusual reports. The entry concerned patrol skiff 84, the boat I had operated that day. 84 had been auctioned after I left. A private buyer replaced the engine and repainted the hull. It should have been somewhere near Fort Myers. During the lowest tide of the month, an aircraft picked up its old government locator identifier inside Everglades National Park. Ray. The signal appeared near the same mangrove shoreline. It traveled inland for almost 5 miles. Then it stopped. The final position was the circular pond where I had lost Ward's notebook. The maintenance log listed the report as recycled equipment interference. That is probably what it was. But I still have the paper chart from my patrol kit. I kept it because the Park Service was going to throw it away after the investigation. In the years since, faint brown water stains have spread across the laminated surface. Most of them are shapeless. One is not. It begins at the western edge of Florida Bay between 2 pale mangrove roots. It winds inland through 5 miles of printed green terrain. It passes 2 circular basins and ends at the old fishing camp. But it looks exactly like a channel. There is only one difference. Every September, when the tides fall low enough, the stain becomes darker. And a little longer. Story 2. If you spend enough time on the coast of Maine, you learn that fog changes more than what you can see. It changes distance. A gull 50 yards away can sound as if it is directly above you. A lobster boat beyond the islands can seem close enough to touch. Waves striking a cliff may travel through granite and come back through the ground beneath your feet. Most of those effects have explanations. Cold air, warm water, temperature layers, the shape of the shoreline. I knew that before the night I am going to describe, and I know it now. But there is one sound I have never been able to place. It was a foghorn. The problem was that it came from the forest. My name is Maribel. I worked as a park ranger in Acadia National Park for 12 years, first as a seasonal employee and later as a permanent district ranger. My main responsibilities included trail patrol, visitor assistance, and search and rescue coordination along a remote section of the coast. For privacy, I will call the area Morrow Head. That is not the name printed on current maps. The coastline there is typical of the quieter parts of Acadia. Dark spruce and fir growing almost to the edge of pink granite. Small cobble beaches between headlands. Old service roads left from earlier park development and coves that become dangerous when the tide rises. There was no lighthouse at Morrow Head. There was no active fog signal. The nearest navigational horn was several miles offshore, mounted on a buoy in a channel used by fishing boats. In the right weather, we could hear it from land. It made one low blast at regular intervals. The sound at Morrow Head was different. It came in groups of 3. The first report reached us on a Monday in late November. A couple walking the coastal trail said they had heard a horn somewhere north of the path. They assumed a vessel was hidden by fog, but the sound seemed to move farther inland each time it repeated. The ranger at the desk recorded it as a noise complaint. That may sound dismissive, but unusual sound reports were common. Construction carried across water. Hunters operated outside park boundaries. People mistook machinery, aircraft, and even distant thunder for explosions or horns. The following afternoon, a volunteer trail worker heard the same thing. He was replacing drainage stones about half a mile from the coast when 3 low blasts came from uphill. The ground vibrated lightly under his boots. He stopped working and walked toward the sound, thinking heavy equipment had entered a closed service road. He found nothing. On Wednesday morning, a local dispatch center received a call from a hiker named Graham Pike. Pike was 34, physically fit and visiting alone from New Hampshire. He told the operator he was lost near Morrow Head. He could hear a foghorn and believed the coast was west of him. The operator asked him to stay where he was and provide coordinates from his phone. Pike read out a position less than 200 yards from the marked trail. The call ended before dispatch could transfer it to us. When a ranger reached the coordinates 40 minutes later, Pike was not there. His phone went directly to voicemail. Tracks in the damp soil led north into thick spruce, away from the trail and away from the ocean. That was when I became involved. The first search began shortly before noon. We treated it as an ordinary lost person incident. Temperatures were in the low 40s, with rain expected after sunset. Pike had a day pack and waterproof jacket, but no overnight equipment. Hypothermia was the immediate concern. 6 people searched, until dark. We checked the shoreline, the service road, the old fire lanes, and every open structure in the district. A tracking dog followed Pike's scent for nearly a mile before losing it beside a granite outcrop. The outcrop was inland. There was no trail leading to it. As the team returned, 2 searchers reported hearing a low horn north of their position. Neither could determine the direction. One thought it came from the ground. The other thought it came from beyond the next ridge. I did not hear it that day. We suspended the ground search at 9 in the evening and resumed before sunrise. By then, a storm had moved over Mount Desert Island. Wind drove rain across the roads, and fog reduced visibility along the coast to less than 100 feet. Pike had been missing for almost a full day. We expanded the search area and requested a helicopter, but the weather kept it grounded. Several volunteers arrived. State wardens joined us with another dog. By noon, we had covered every likely route between Pike's last coordinates and the shore. We found no clothing, no food wrappers, and no fresh prints. At 2 in the afternoon, the second dog alerted near the same granite outcrop where the first track had ended. The handler found a partial shoe print in mud beneath a ledge. Its tread matched the footwear visible in a photograph Pike had posted that morning. From the print, his tracks continued uphill. That made no sense if he had been following a foghorn toward the ocean. The coast lay behind him. I climbed the outcrop and studied the terrain. Dense spruce covered the slope above it. Beyond the trees was an old maintenance corridor that had not been used in decades. The corridor led to the ruins of a small pump house built when an earlier park road was still open. The structure was not on visitor maps. It had no electricity, no machinery, and no safe drinking water. Rangers checked it once or twice a year for vandalism. Pike could have found it while seeking shelter. The incoming rain was strengthening. I assigned the search team to continue along the lower slope while I followed the old corridor toward the pump house. Another ranger planned to join me, but a volunteer slipped near the shoreline and injured his ankle. I told the team I would inspect the structure and return within an hour. I carried a radio, headlamp, first aid kit, spare clothing, food, water, compass, paper map, and emergency shelter. I also wore a small body camera used during search operations. My position was monitored from the command vehicle whenever the signal reached it. The maintenance corridor was barely visible. Spruce branches met above it, and fallen needles covered the old gravel. Rain tapped against my hood. Water moved downhill in shallow channels around my boots. After 10 minutes, I heard the horn. The first blast was so low that I felt it before I recognized it as sound. Pressure built in my chest and seemed to pass through the granite beneath me. The note lasted perhaps 4 seconds. There was a pause. A second blast came from deeper in the trees. Then a third. I stopped walking and checked my compass. The coast was south. The horn had come from the north, directly ahead of me. It did not sound like the buoy offshore. That signal had a metallic edge and faded into open air. This horn was broader, almost soft at the beginning, with a rough vibration at the end. It sounded as if it were passing through a very long pipe. I called the command post and reported 3 blasts from inland. The search coordinator asked whether I could see machinery or a vehicle. I could see only trees. He told me the lower team had not heard anything. I marked my position, then continued toward the pump house. The corridor turned east and dropped into a shallow depression. Fog hung between the trunks there, even though the wind was pushing it away from the coast. It did not roll in a solid wall. It appeared in separate pale columns, each one standing still among the trees. I walked through the first column and felt the temperature fall. My headlamp reflected from suspended droplets. The forest beyond disappeared. When I stepped out, the rain sounded farther away. The horn came again. 3 blasts. This time, the sound was behind me. I turned quickly enough to lose my footing on wet needles. Nothing stood on the corridor. The fog column I had passed through had widened until it filled the space between the trees. I checked the compass again. The needle settled normally. I knew which direction I had traveled. Sound can refract in fog, particularly when temperature layers bend it back toward the ground. A horn offshore might appear to come from almost any direction. That explanation was reasonable. But the vibration under my boots was not. I crouched and placed one hand on the exposed granite beside the path. The stone hummed faintly after the final blast, like a metal railing after being struck. I radioed that observation. The coordinator told me to leave the pump house for a larger team and return. I agreed. Then I found Pike's backpack. It stood upright in the center of the corridor, 30 yards ahead of me. I had a clear view of that stretch before the last horn. The pack had not been there. It was dark blue, matching the description provided by Pike's family. The shoulder straps were folded neatly against its sides. Rain covered the ground around it, but the fabric was dry. I approached slowly and called Pike's name. No one answered. The pack contained a water bottle, food, a folded paper trail map, and a phone charger. His phone was missing. Nothing suggested a struggle. One outer pocket held a smooth piece of pink granite about the size of a fist. The stone was warm. I do not mean warmer than the rain. It felt close to body temperature. I placed the pack inside a plastic evidence bag and marked its location. The map showed a pencil line running north from the coastal trail toward the old pump house. At the end of the line, Pike had drawn 3 short bars. I could not know when he had made the mark. He may have heard the horn earlier and chosen to investigate it. That would explain why he left the trail after calling for help. It would not explain why he abandoned a dry backpack in heavy rain. I told the command post I had found his belongings and requested a second ranger. My radio transmitted, but no answer came back. The horn sounded again. The first blast came from the pump house ahead. The second came from somewhere below the ground. The third came from behind my left shoulder. During the third blast, I saw a person cross the corridor. He appeared only as a gray shape between two fog columns, about 60 yards away. He moved from left to right with his head lowered. I shouted Pike's name and ran toward him. The corridor ended at a wall of spruce. There was no side path where the figure had crossed. Branches grew at chest height, thick enough that anyone forcing through them would have made noise. I found one shoe print beneath the lowest branches. It pointed toward the corridor, not away from it. I called again. A man answered from much closer than I expected. "Don't follow the horn," he said. The voice came from downhill. I pushed through the trees and found Pike sitting in a narrow space between two granite slabs. He was alive. His jacket was torn at one shoulder, and his trousers were wet to the thigh. He had no hat or gloves. His skin was pale, and he was shivering hard enough to affect his speech. He recognized his name, but could not tell me the date. When I asked how long he had been in the forest, he said 3 or 4 hours. He had been missing for more than 30. I checked him for injuries. He had abrasions on both palms, a swollen ankle, and early hypothermia. His pulse was rapid but regular. There was dried salt around the cuffs of his trousers. We were nearly a mile from the ocean. I gave him dry gloves, wrapped an insulating layer around his torso, and activated a chemical heat pack. He kept looking toward the slope above us. He asked whether I had seen the building. I assumed he meant the pump house. He shook his head. "The signal station," he said. "The one with the red light." There had never been a signal station on that slope. I told him that. Pike became agitated. He said he had reached a square concrete building before dark. A red lamp turned slowly inside a glass room on its roof. A pipe extended from the building into the ground. Every time the horn sounded, condensation ran upward along the pipe. He had entered through an unlocked steel door and waited for help. Sometime during the night, he realized water was dripping from the ceiling. It tasted of salt. The floor tilted beneath him toward a stairwell that descended below ground. He heard someone walking on those stairs. He called out. The footsteps stopped. Then the foghorn sounded from the bottom of the stairwell. Pike ran from the building and followed what he thought was the glow of the coast. Each time the horn sounded, the glow moved farther uphill. That was all he remembered clearly. Hypothermia causes confusion, hallucinations, and memory gaps. I had heard lost visitors describe cabins, roads, and people that were not there. Pike's account did not prove he had found any structure. But the old pump house was less than half a mile north of us. I did not tell him that. I tried the radio again. This time the coordinator answered. My transmission was weak, but I gave Pike's condition and requested evacuation support along the maintenance corridor. The coordinator asked me to repeat my location. Before I could answer, the horn began. Pike covered both ears and folded forward. The first blast came from uphill. The second came from the direction of the coast. The third continued much longer than the others. The radio speaker vibrated against my jacket. A layer of rainwater on the granite beside us formed small concentric rings. Then Pike stood and began walking north. I grabbed his arm. He resisted with surprising strength, not violently but with steady determination. He said the rescue team was at the signal station. He could see their red light through the trees. I saw no light. I clipped a short rescue tether from his belt to mine. We moved south toward the trail. For the next 10 minutes, Pike cooperated. His balance improved as he warmed. The compass bearing remained steady. I recognized a split boulder I had passed earlier. Then we reached the same granite slabs where I had found him. We had made a circle. I checked the compass. South was still behind my right shoulder. The route we had followed should have taken us downhill. Instead, the ground around us appeared to rise in every direction. There are places in dense forest where slopes create false horizons. Fog removes distant reference points. A person can walk in circles while believing they are holding a straight line, especially while supporting an injured companion. I knew that. I also knew I had kept the compass needle centered. Pike pointed through the spruce. A red light turned slowly between the trunks. It was dim and diffuse, like a lamp behind frosted glass. It moved from left to right, disappeared, then returned at the same height. I assumed it was a search vehicle beacon seen through fog. I radioed the command post and asked whether a team had entered the maintenance corridor with a red light. The answer came back clearly. No one had. The red light completed another turn. Pike pulled against the tether. The horn sounded from the same direction. I made the wrong decision. I followed it. That decision is the part of my report I have questioned most. We had a known route, south. Search teams were moving toward us. Pike was cold, injured, and suggestible. Every rule of wilderness rescue said I should keep him in place or continue on a fixed bearing. But the light appeared stationary, and the horn gave me a reference point I could verify with my own senses. I believed the pump house might provide shelter. I also believed we were closer to it than to the trail. We moved through the spruce toward the red glow. The tether stayed tight between us. I marked branches with reflective tabs and checked our back trail every few yards. The light disappeared whenever we moved, then returned when we stopped. It continued rotating at a steady rate. After 5 minutes, the trees opened. The pump house stood in front of us. It was a low concrete structure built against the base of a granite ledge. Ivy and moss covered most of its walls. The roof had partially collapsed years earlier. A rusted ventilation pipe rose above one corner. There was no glass room. There was no lamp on the roof. The red light came from inside the pipe. It brightened, moved across the inner surface and vanished. A few seconds later it returned, circling like the beam from a rotating beacon. I aimed my flashlight into the pipe. The glow disappeared immediately. The pipe was empty. Its interior was wet with condensation. Drops clung to the rust and moved slowly upward against gravity before slipping into a joint near the top. Pike whispered that this was the building. The front door hung open. I could see a square room with bare concrete walls and leaves across the floor. There was no machinery. A rusted mounting frame occupied the center, and a narrow doorway led into a rear chamber. I did not want to enter. The rain was becoming heavier, and Pike's shivering had returned. The structure offered shelter while we waited for the approaching team. I guided him inside and sat him against the driest wall. My radio signal improved near the doorway. The coordinator confirmed that 2 rangers and a medic were following the maintenance corridor. Their estimated arrival time was 20 minutes. I activated the red strobe attached to my pack and placed it on the roof edge outside. The light swept across the fog as it flashed. Pike watched it through the doorway. "That's the light," he said. I told him it could not be. My strobe did not rotate, and it had been inside my pack until that moment. He did not argue. He simply stared at it as though he had already watched me place it there. The pump house had once moved water from a spring-fed reservoir toward a picnic area that no longer existed. At least that was what I had been told during earlier inspections. The central mounting frame had supported an electric pump. Sections of corroded pipe remained along the rear wall. One pipe was much larger than the others. It entered through the granite behind the building and ended in a circular flange near the floor. The opening had been covered by a steel plate secured with 6 bolts. Each bolt was red with rust. Fresh moisture ringed the plate. I placed my hand near it and felt cold air moving through the bolt holes. The horn began again. The first blast struck the building like pressure from an explosion. Dust fell from the damaged roof. The steel plate flexed outward, then settled. Pike tried to stand. I kept one hand on his shoulder. The second blast came through the pipe. This time I saw the plate move. The center bowed toward us by nearly an inch. A low note filled the room, amplified by the concrete walls. It was not only sound. My vision blurred at the edges. I felt sudden nausea and an irrational need to leave through the rear chamber. Pike turned toward that doorway. We both moved in the same direction before I understood what we were doing. I pulled him back. The third blast did not come. We waited. Rain struck the roof. The red strobe flashed outside. Somewhere in the forest, a searcher called my name. Pike covered his ears more tightly. "It waits when you wait," he said. I asked what he meant. He pointed to the rear chamber. "It wants you to go down before the third one." I had not inspected the rear room. From the doorway, I could see a broken sink, lengths of cable, and a rectangular opening in the floor. A short iron ladder descended into darkness. The stairwell from Pike's account was not there, but the opening was close enough that his confused memory could have changed a ladder into steps. His phone lay beside it. I recognized the black case from the description provided by his family. The screen was cracked but illuminated. A camera application was open. The phone was wet with salt water. I did not cross the room to retrieve it. The third blast could begin at any moment, and the floor around the opening looked unstable. I called to the approaching team and received a reply from much closer. Then Pike said, "Someone's climbing." From below the opening came a slow metallic sound. Weight on a ladder rung. A pause. Wait on the next rung. I directed my flashlight into the opening. The beam reached water about 12 feet below. The surface moved in small circles. No person was on the ladder. Another rung creaked. The movement was higher now. I stepped into the rear chamber, took Pike's phone, and backed away. As my boot crossed the threshold, the third horn blast began beneath the floor. Water erupted through the opening. A column of cold spray struck the ceiling. The ladder shook. Loose tools and leaves lifted from the floor and moved toward the shaft. I caught the door frame with one hand. Pike pulled on the tether from the outer room, helping me keep my footing. The sound was deafening. It passed through the soles of my boots and locked the muscles of my jaw. For several seconds I could not breathe. The steel plate on the wall bent outward. One bolt tore free. The note stopped. Water fell across the room in heavy drops. The red strobe went dark. In the silence, something below us released a long rush of air. It sounded almost like a person exhaling. That comparison appears in my original statement, and I regret it. Air escaping through a flooded chamber can resemble breathing. Concrete rooms create familiar sounds from random noise. Nothing I heard proves there was a person or animal beneath the pump house. But the exhalation continued for almost a minute. When it ended, the fog outside had filled the doorway. The searchers' voices were gone. I tried the radio. The display was on, but every channel carried the same low vibration. I could not raise the command post. Pike pointed toward the outer room. Water was spreading across the floor from beneath the walls. It smelled strongly of salt. The pump house stood nearly a mile inland and well above the high tide line. Groundwater, there should have been fresh. A buried pipe could have carried salt water from the coast, but no active system was shown on our maintenance plans. I decided to leave immediately. We exited through the front door. My red strobe was no longer on the roof. I found it on the ground 20 feet into the trees, still attached to the strap from my pack. The plastic case was cracked. It had stopped flashing. Fresh drag marks led from the pipe toward it. I did not investigate them. I replaced the strobe in my pack and used a white chemical light to mark the building. Pike and I started south again, this time following the reflective tabs I had placed on our approach. The first tab was where I expected it. The second was tied to the opposite side of its branch. The third was on Pike's jacket. I saw it when my flashlight crossed his shoulder. A narrow silver strip had been looped through the torn fabric and fastened with the same knot I used on branches. I asked whether he had moved it. He looked at the tape and began shaking his head. I removed it and dropped it into my pocket. There was no reason to frighten him further. In darkness, while supporting him, I could have transferred the marker accidentally. The tape adhesive may have caught on his jacket. We continued by compass. The fog was dense enough that I could see only 3 or 4 trees ahead. Every trunk looked familiar. Water ran downhill, so I used its direction to confirm the slope. The coastline was south. The search corridor lay southeast. For several minutes, the navigation made sense. Then, the water began flowing north. Thin streams passed between my boots toward the pump house. Rain struck leaves above us, yet every drop reaching the ground joined the same reverse flow. Pike stopped walking. Through the fog ahead, a red light began to turn. My broken strobe was inside my pack. I could feel its hard case against my back. The light moved from left to right, disappeared, and returned. It was now south of us, exactly where we needed to go. Pike asked whether we should follow it. I said no. That answer came from instinct, not procedure. The compass pointed toward the light. The terrain sloped toward it. Everything except the water indicated that it marked our exit. But the horn had used sound to pull Pike inland. I believed the light was doing the same thing. I turned east, perpendicular to our intended route. Pike followed without resistance. The red glow continued rotating behind us. It grew brighter for the first 100 yards, as if we were moving closer despite walking away. Then the trees blocked it. We reached a granite ridge. I recognized the long crack across its surface from the search map. The ridge ran north to south and intersected the coastal trail near a footbridge. If we followed it downhill, we would reach the main search area. I reported our location by radio. Static cleared long enough for the coordinator to acknowledge it. The approaching team had been less than 100 yards from the pump house when the third horn sounded. Fog became so dense that they lost the corridor and retreated to the last marked junction. They had not heard us calling. They had seen a red emergency light moving north between the trees. They believed it was mine. I told them my strobe was broken and ordered them not to follow any light unless they had visual contact with the person carrying it. We arranged to meet at the footbridge. Pike and I moved along the ridge. The granite gave us a fixed route. The fog thinned as we descended. Rain returned as a normal, steady sound around us. I began to believe the worst was over. Then Pike stopped and looked uphill. I heard only one horn blast. It came from the pump house, distant but clear. The sound traveled through the ridge beneath our feet. Water shook from the branches. The note rose slightly at the end, almost like pressure increasing inside a sealed pipe. Pike said, "That's not the first one." I asked him what he meant. "It's the fourth." The granite cracked behind us. The sound was sharp and immediate. A slab separated from the ridge and dropped across the route we had just used. It was not a landslide. Only one section failed, but it was large enough to block the ridge completely. Loose stone struck my lower leg. Pike fell against me, and both of us went down. The tether kept him from sliding into the trees. For several seconds, neither of us moved. I checked Pike first. He had struck one knee but remained conscious. My leg hurt, if I could bear weight. The falling slab had missed us by less than 6 feet. Granite fractures under freeze, water, and root pressure. Heavy rain can trigger rockfall. The horn's vibration may have contributed, or the timing may have been coincidence. If we had followed the red light south, we might have been standing below the failed slab. We continued downhill. The search team reached us near the footbridge shortly after dark. A medic treated Pike, and 4 people carried him to the road. My leg was bruised but not broken. Nobody heard another horn that night. Pike recovered fully. He spent 2 days in the hospital for hypothermia and dehydration. His ankle was badly sprained. Toxicology tests found no alcohol or recreational drugs. He had no neurological condition known to cause hallucinations. His memory of the incident remained incomplete. He remembered leaving the marked trail because the foghorn seemed to come from the direction of the road. He remembered finding a concrete building before dark. He remembered a red light and salt water dripping upward along a pipe. He did not remember placing his backpack on the maintenance corridor. He did not remember the night between his disappearance and my finding him. His phone survived. Technicians recovered 28 photographs and 1 short video dawino. Most images showed fog, trees, and blurred sections of concrete wall. The video contained only darkness and a low mechanical vibration. 1 photograph showed the pump house from inside the rear chamber. The steel plate was visible on the wall. Pike had taken the image before the bolt tore free. Another photograph showed the front doorway filled with fog. A ranger stood outside wearing a yellow rain shell. I wore a yellow rain shell during the rescue. The photograph's timestamp was 2:14 in the morning, almost 12 hours before I reached the pump house. Phone clocks fail. Water damage corrupts metadata. Pike's battery had died and restarted several times. Investigators found no reason to treat the timestamp as reliable. The person in the image was too blurred to identify. That is important. It could have been another searcher. It could have been Pike's reflection in wet glass. It could have been compression noise interpreted as a human shape. I still recognized my posture. The following week, engineers inspected the pump house. They found the flooded chamber beneath the rear floor, and a network of abandoned pipes driven into natural cracks in the granite. The system was older than the pump equipment. No complete plans existed. 1 pipe appeared to extend toward the coast. A camera lowered into it traveled almost 200 feet before reaching a collapse. The interior was coated with salt deposits. Air pressure changed inside the pipe when large waves struck the cliff south of Morrow Head. The engineers proposed a reasonable explanation. Storm waves were forcing air into a sea cave or submerged fracture. The pressure traveled through connected cracks in the granite and reached the old pipe beneath the pump house. The steel plate acted as a diaphragm, producing the low horn note. Different branches of the underground system carried vibration to different parts of the forest, making the source seem to move. Low-frequency sound can cause nausea, anxiety, visual disturbance, and a false sense of presence. Add fog, cold, and exhaustion, and Pike's behavior was not difficult to explain. That explanation satisfied the official review. It satisfied me too at first. The park closed the pump house and filled the lower chamber with concrete. The large pipe was capped on both sides of the wall. Hazard trees were removed, and the old maintenance corridor was blocked to discourage visitors. The horn reports stopped. For almost 3 years, nobody documented another incident at Morrow Head. Then, I found an older file. I was reorganizing search records when I noticed a handwritten report from 1968. A seasonal ranger had investigated 3 horn blasts heard inland during heavy fog. He found an injured fisherman near the unfinished pump house. The man insisted that a red signal light had led him away from the coast. The ranger's report included a sketch of the structure. On the rear wall, where our engineers found the steel plate, he had drawn an open pipe. Beside it he wrote, "No machinery attached." Sound came from farther in. A second report from 1987 described 2 hikers walking in circles near the same granite ridge. Both followed what they believed was a Coast Guard signal. One remembered 4 horn blasts immediately before a rockfall. Neither report appeared in Pike's investigation because both had been filed under weather-related rescues. Not unusual sound. Those earlier cases do not prove anything supernatural. They support the underground acoustics explanation. The sea cave and pipe system could have been active for decades. But the 4th blast bothered me. Fog signals operate in fixed patterns. 3 blasts, then a long pause. The sound we heard followed that sequence until Pike and I reached the ridge. The single blast before the rockfall did not fit. Neither did the old ranger's note. At the bottom of his report, written in pencil, was a sentence that had not been entered into the typed summary. "If you hear the 4th one, leave the granite." I retired before the park reopened the maintenance corridor. The pump house remains closed, and the public trail does not pass close to it. As far as I know, there have been no additional missing person cases connected to that place. There was one final report. It arrived during my last winter at Acadia. The night was clear and cold. The ocean was calm. No fog covered the coast, and wave height was less than 2 feet. Conditions were the opposite of those required to pressurize the underground pipe. Shortly after midnight, 3 visitors at an overlook called dispatch. They had heard a foghorn in the forest north of Morrow Head. A ranger checked the closed corridor from the road. He found no people and no fresh tracks in the frost. As he returned to his vehicle, a red light began turning among the trees. He did not follow it. He drove back to the station and filed the report before morning. The maintenance crew inspected the pump house the next day. The concrete filling was intact. The pipe caps had not moved. Nothing inside could have produced the sound. On the outer face of the steel cap, they found a ring of wet salt. The temperature had remained below freezing all night. The salt water was not frozen. The report classified it as condensation. That may be correct. Warm air could have traveled through a crack missed during the closure work. Salt left from the old system could have dissolved on the metal. A vessel beyond the islands could have produced the horn, and atmospheric conditions could have carried it inland. Those explanations are possible. What I cannot explain is the pattern. The visitors heard 3 blasts. The ranger heard a 4th after he entered his vehicle. His dashboard camera recorded him driving away immediately afterward. For 7 seconds, the camera image shook hard enough to blur the road. The ranger said he felt nothing. There was no earthquake, no blasting, and no rockfall reported anywhere in the district. But when the maintenance crew reached the pump house the next morning, the granite ridge above it had opened along a fresh crack. The crack began behind the sealed pipe. It ran north through the forest for almost half a mile. At its far end, searchers found my broken red strobe. I had turned it in as evidence 3 years earlier. Its batteries were dead. Its case was still cracked. My equipment number was scratched into the back. No one could determine how it left storage or reached the ridge. The evidence room had been reorganized twice, and the original chain of custody tag was missing. The most likely explanation was that someone had removed it, forgotten it in a vehicle, and later dropped it during an inspection. I accepted that explanation in writing. Do I call the West? I did not accept the assignment to retrieve it. The strobe is still in park storage as far as I know. I hope it stays there, because the ranger who found it said the red lens was warm. And while he held it, somewhere deep beneath the forest, something drew one long breath. Story 3. Fort Jefferson has more doors than anyone notices during the day. Visitors see arches, cannons, brick corridors, and open views of blue water. They walk the parade ground, take photographs, and return to the ferry before it leaves for Key West. Most never think about the iron doors set back in the darker parts of the fort. I did not think about them either until they began closing in order, one after another, always at high tide. My name is Isaac Mercer. I spent 7 years as a park ranger at dry Tortugas National Park, including 3 seasons assigned to Fort Jefferson on Garden Key. The park sits roughly 70 miles west of Key West. There are no roads to it. Staff, campers, and visitors arrive by boat or seaplane. When the ferry leaves in the afternoon, the island changes character. Engines fade. Voices disappear. The fort becomes a hollow brick structure surrounded by open ocean. At night, it makes noise. Wind passes through the casemates and produces low whistles. Loose shutter strikes stone. Rainwater moves inside old gutters. The masonry expands after a day in the sun and contracts after dark. You hear clicks, scrapes, and sudden cracks from walls that have been settling for more than a century. New employees sometimes ask whether the fort is haunted. The official answer is that it is historic, remote, and acoustically complicated. That answer covers almost everything. The incident began in October, near the end of a long maintenance project. A preservation crew had been stabilizing brickwork in the lower casemates along the northwest wall. Several heavy iron doors had been removed, cleaned, and rehung. These were not modern security doors. Most were thick plates mounted on old hinges with surface bolts or simple latch bars. The crew numbered each door for the project. Door 1 stood near the entrance to the work area. Door 11 was deepest inside, at an old powder magazine that had been closed to visitors for years. During normal hours, all 11 remained secured open against the walls. Wooden wedges prevented wind from moving them. The crew checked them at the beginning and end of each shift. On a Tuesday morning, Door 7 was closed. That did not concern anyone. A wedge might have slipped. A worker could have forgotten to reset it. The foreman opened the door and continued. On Wednesday, doors 6, 7, and 8 were closed. Their wedges were gone. The crew searched the corridor and found all 3 wedges stacked neatly beside door 9. The foreman, Louis Carver, assumed someone was playing a joke. The fort was open to the public, and visitors occasionally entered areas marked staff only. We reviewed the previous afternoon's patrol log. No ranger had reported anyone inside the work zone. We replaced the wedges and added a chain across the entrance. On Thursday morning, every door from 4 through 10 was closed. Door 11 remained open. The missing wedges were stacked inside the powder magazine. Louis reported it to me because I was the duty ranger that week. I inspected the area with him shortly before noon. In daylight, nothing looked unusual. Sun entered through the outer arches. The corridor smelled of salt, wet brick, and the lime mortar used by the crew. Dotty high. Each iron door was heavy but movable. When I removed a wedge from door 5 and pushed, the plate swung slowly toward its frame. The floor beneath it sloped less than half an inch. Gravity could close it if the wedge failed. Louis showed me why that explanation was incomplete. Door 7 opened uphill. To close on its own, the iron plate would have needed to move against the slope. Its hinge was stiff enough that Louis and I had to push together. We examined the wedge. A shallow groove crossed its upper surface. The edge of the door had pressed into the wood, but not by falling shut. The mark suggested the plate had lifted slightly before the wedge came free. Old masonry shifts. Hinges move as walls heat and cool. Wind pressure can push through connected rooms. None of us considered those explanations impossible. The stacked wedges were harder to explain. Louis suspected a person was staying hidden inside the fort after closing. That happened occasionally. Someone would miss the ferry intentionally, sleep in an unauthorized area, and try to avoid the camping fee or photograph the fort at night. We searched the casemates, magazines, stair towers, and roof. We found no bedding, food, human waste, or disturbed dust. Visitor counts matched the ferry manifest. All registered campers were accounted for. That afternoon, I set 2 motion cameras in the work corridor. One faced door 4 from the entrance. The other faced door 11 from inside the powder magazine. I marked every wedge with orange paint and drew a pencil line around its position on the floor. The tide was high shortly after midnight. At 12:20, the first camera recorded door 4 closing. The image showed the iron plate moving slowly into frame. There was no person visible. The wedge remained in place until the bottom edge of the door rose less than an inch. The wood slid free. The door settled back down and closed. 38 seconds later, door 5 moved. Then, door 6. The sequence continued down the corridor at intervals between 30 and 50 seconds. Each plate lifted, released its wedge, and swung shut. The camera inside the magazine recorded door 11, closing last. Just before it moved, all 11 wedges entered the frame. They slid across the floor one at a time and stopped in a neat stack. No hands touched them. No feet appeared. The camera was mounted low, and the doorway created a blind area along the left wall. A person could have used a pole or line outside the frame. The video quality was poor. Moisture on the lens blurred part of the image. It looked disturbing, but it was not proof that the wedges had moved by themselves. We closed the work area and contacted facilities management. An engineer reviewed the footage and asked for tide and weather data. The highest water level that night occurred within 3 minutes of door 11 closing. His theory was air pressure. Fort Jefferson was built over large cisterns and drainage spaces. Many were cracked or partly flooded. Rising water could displace air through connected passages. Pressure might flex old frames, lift doors on uneven hinges, and move loose objects across smooth floors. Louis objected that no draft could stack wooden wedges. The engineer said vibration might have moved them toward the lowest point in the magazine. That explanation was weak, but it was testable. We scheduled an overnight inspection during the next unusually high tide. The preservation crew would leave the island before dark. I would remain with a maintenance technician named Owen Price. We planned to place pressure sensors in the magazine and secure the doors with rated straps instead of wooden wedges. The island was already operating with reduced staff. A tropical system far south of Cuba had pushed long swells into the Gulf, but no dangerous weather was forecast for us. The evening ferry departed under a gray sky. 2 registered campers remained on the other side of the island. Another ranger occupied staff housing near the dock and monitored the radio. Owen and I entered the work zone at 8 in the evening. We inspected every door. Each lifting strap was new and rated far beyond the force needed to hold an iron plate. We anchored the straps to masonry points approved by the engineer. Small electronic sensors recorded air pressure, humidity, and vibration. Owen also spread a thin layer of chalk dust across the floor near the magazine. If someone entered the blind area, the dust would preserve tracks. Door 11 had a separate problem. Its inside latch had dropped during the previous incident. The iron bar could normally be lifted from either side by a connecting handle, but corrosion had frozen the outer mechanism. When the door closed, the magazine became accessible only through a narrow maintenance passage from the adjacent casemate. We tied the latch bar in its raised position with steel wire. At 9:30, everything was ready. We waited in the outer casemate with the work lights on. Wind moved through the arches behind us. Every few seconds, a wave struck the seawall and sent a faint tremor through the floor. The tide was expected to peak at 12:46. At 10:17, door 1 closed. The strap remained attached. The anchor did not fail. The iron plate twisted hard enough to tear the metal buckle from the webbing. Owen and I were less than 20 feet away. We saw no one touch it. The door seemed to rise at the hinge, move inward, and settle into the frame. The sound traveled through the corridor as a deep metallic impact. The maintenance technician beside the dock called on the radio and asked what had fallen. I told him door 1 had closed more than 2 hours before high tide. Owen examined the broken strap. Tight. The buckle was bent, not cut. The force had come from the direction of the door. We reopened it with a pry bar and replaced the strap using a second anchor. At 10:24, door 2 closed. At 10:31, door 3 followed. The intervals were almost exactly 7 minutes. This was different from the camera footage. The sequence was slower, beginning much earlier in the tide cycle. I radioed the other ranger and asked him to keep the campers near their site. I also requested that he monitor the main entrance to the fort. If someone was manipulating the doors, they might try to leave once discovered. Owen wanted to inspect the cistern access beneath the corridor. I told him no. Confined spaces inside the fort could contain low oxygen, unstable brick, and contaminated water. We had not brought the equipment required to enter safely. We moved deeper into the work zone, staying ahead of the closing doors. Door 4 remained open when we reached it. The replacement strap was tight. The wooden wedge stayed on its pencil outline. At 10:38, the iron plate lifted. I had one hand on the frame. I felt the masonry vibrate first. The hinge pins rose in their sockets. The bottom of the door cleared the wedge. The wedge did not slide toward the magazine. It moved sideways. It crossed the floor against the visible slope, turned around door 5, and disappeared down the corridor. Owen ran after it. I shouted for him to stop, but he had already passed door 5. His flashlight beam moved across the curved brick ceiling. He reached the corner near door 7 and stood still. I asked what he saw. He pointed toward the powder magazine. All 11 wedges were stacked beside door 11. 8 of them should still have been beneath open doors. We returned to door 5. Its wedge was gone. The strap remained secure, but the lower edge of the iron plate had already lifted. I called the other ranger and ordered the fort closed completely. He confirmed the campers were accounted for, and the main gate was secured. No boats had approached the island. Owen checked the pressure sensor. The reading inside the corridor was rising, but only slightly. It was not enough to move hundreds of pounds of iron. The floor vibration was increasing. It came in short pulses separated by several seconds. Each pulse traveled from the seawall toward the magazine. Owen compared the sensor timing to the doors. 7 pulses occurred before each closure. At 10:45, door 5 shut. We were now between it and door 6. I unlocked the side passage leading back to the outer casemate. The passage crossed behind the main corridor and would let us leave without reopening the closed doors. My key entered the lock but would not turn. The cylinder was packed with wet sand. There was no sand anywhere else in that section of the fort. The floor was dry brick dust and mortar fragments. The nearest beach lay outside 2 walls and across the moat. Owen used a pick to clear the lock. The sand kept coming. Each time he removed a small amount, more appeared behind it, damp and cold. We abandoned the side passage. Door 6 began to rise. We moved deeper. That choice placed us on the wrong side of the sequence, but the magazine had a maintenance exit through the adjacent casemate. I had used it during the daytime inspection. As long as door 11 remained open, we could cross the magazine and leave through the rear. We passed door 7 at 10:51. Its strap was loose. The webbing had not broken. The buckle was open, laid neatly on the floor with the free end folded beside it. The same was true at door 8. Someone could have released the buckles before our inspection. We had checked them together, but fatigue and expectation affect memory. I kept looking for human explanations because the alternative did not help us escape. We reached door 11 shortly before 11. The powder magazine was a rectangular brick room with a low, arched ceiling. Moisture darkened the lower walls. The stacked wedges sat exactly where the cameras had recorded them. The chalk dust around the doorway was undisturbed. There were no footprints. One line crossed the chalk. It was narrow and continuous, as if someone had dragged a fingertip from the corridor into the room. The line ended beneath the wedge stack. Owen lifted the top piece of wood. My key ring was underneath it. I had used those keys at the side passage less than 15 minutes earlier. I remembered returning them to the clip on my belt. The clip was still closed. I checked the ring. No key was missing. Owen asked how it had reached the magazine. I did not answer. Behind us, door 7 closed. The impact sounded closer than it should have. 7 minutes later, door 8 shut. We had less than 20 minutes before the sequence reached the magazine. I used my recovered keys on the maintenance exit. The lock turned. The door opened 3 inches and stopped against something solid. Water pressed through the gap. It was clear, cold, and strongly saline. It spread across the magazine floor in a shallow sheet. The adjacent casemate should have been dry. Its outer arch stood several feet above the normal tide. If seawater had reached that level, the campground and dock would already be flooding. I radioed the other ranger. He reported normal water levels outside. The tide had not yet reached its predicted peak. Owen and I pushed together. The exit moved another inch, then settled back. Something heavy rested against it on the other side. Through the gap, I saw only darkness and moving water. Door 9 closed behind us. The iron bar struck its frame with enough force to shake dust from the ceiling. The pressure sensor in the magazine issued a warning tone. Air pressure was falling rapidly, not rising. The room was being pulled toward a vacuum. Our ears popped. The open doorway into the corridor began drawing air past us. Loose chalk moved across the floor. Pages lifted from Owen's notebook and flew toward the center of the magazine. The stacked wedges did not move. Water from the blocked exit flowed uphill toward them. It gathered around the wood without wetting it. Door 10 began to lift. We entered the magazine and prepared to close door 11 manually before the pressure could slam it. If we controlled the movement, we might prevent the latch from dropping and keep access to the corridor. I removed the steel wire holding the latch bar and replaced it with a locking carabiner. The carabiner was rated for rescue work. The latch could not fall unless the metal failed. Owen braced the door with the pry bar. At 11:15, door 10 closed. The air stopped moving. Every work light in the corridor went dark. The magazine's battery lantern remained on. In its pale light, we watched door 11 rise from its hinges. The carabiner snapped. The latch bar dropped, and the door began to close. Owen drove the pry bar beneath it. The iron plate stopped for less than a second. Then the bar bent in the middle and tore from his hands. The door struck the frame. The latch dropped into place on the corridor side. We were locked inside. I tried the connecting handle. It moved without resistance because the exterior linkage had broken. I hammered the door with the bent pry bar and called over the radio. The other ranger heard me. He was already moving toward the work zone with emergency tools. I warned him not to enter the main corridor. 10 iron doors stood between him and us, and each might have locked. He said he would use the side passage. I told him about the sand in the cylinder and asked him to bring a drill. The radio signal weakened after that. Fort walls block handheld transmitters, especially in the interior magazines. I could hear him, but he received only parts of my replies. Owen examined the blocked maintenance exit. Water continued seeping beneath it. He lowered the pressure sensor near the gap. The air on the other side had normal oxygen and no detectable toxic gas. The water depth was impossible to measure because the door opened inward and remained pinned by whatever stood beyond it. We considered removing the hinges. They were mounted on the far side. The magazine had one other feature, a narrow ventilation gallery built inside the brick wall. Powder rooms required air circulation while keeping sparks and open flame away from stored ammunition. The gallery was not designed for human access, but preservation crews had opened a small inspection panel near the floor. Owen removed the panel. Cold air came through the opening. Beyond it was a brick passage less than 2 feet high and perhaps 3 feet wide. The floor sloped downward toward darkness. A person could crawl through, but there was no guarantee it remained open around the room. Old plans showed collapsed sections and blind ends. We decided to wait for the rescue tools. At 11:22, something struck door 11 from the corridor side. One impact. A 7-minute pause. Another impact. The door moved inward in its frame, but the latch held. Owen asked whether the closing sequence had started again. I looked at the time. If it had, it was moving backward. The first impact occurred where door 10 would have been. The next came from door 9. Each 7-minute interval placed the sound one door farther from the magazine. Something was traveling back toward the entrance. That is how it felt. A structural engineer would say pressure was releasing in stages along the corridor. Each door reacted as the wave moved through connected rooms. That is a reasonable explanation, and the one later used in our report. Inside the locked magazine, however, the impacts sounded like footsteps made by objects too heavy to lift. The tide continued rising outside. Water along the floor reached our boots. It remained only a fraction of an inch deep, but it moved in the wrong direction. Instead of spreading evenly, it formed a narrow path from the maintenance door to the stacked wedges. The path continued past them and ended at the ventilation opening. Owen shone his flashlight into the gallery. Wet marks crossed the brick floor. They resembled handprints. I examined them closely. Water falling from the rough ceiling could create irregular shapes. Mortar gaps divided the wet areas into forms that looked like fingers. I did not record them as tracks. The marks were fresh, and they continued into the dark. At 11:38, the radio carried the other ranger's voice. He had reached the side passage door. His drill could not penetrate the lock because the bit kept striking sand behind the cylinder. He planned to return to the entrance and bring a larger rotary tool. Owen's breathing had become rapid. He said the room felt smaller. The pressure reading had returned to normal, and oxygen remained safe, but waiting was affecting both of us. I made the decision to use the ventilation gallery. We removed our packs and pushed them ahead. I entered first with a headlamp, radio, and small hammer. Owen followed with a backup light and the pressure sensor. The opening narrowed immediately. My shoulders touched brick on both sides. The ceiling passed inches above my head. After 6 feet, the gallery turned behind the magazine wall. Air moved toward us from somewhere ahead. The brick was wet and cold. I saw old construction debris, rust flakes and fragments of wood. None of it had been disturbed recently. Then I found an orange wedge. It lay lengthwise in the passage, too wide to have entered through the inspection panel without being forced. Orange paint marked its upper surface. My initials were visible on one end. I'd marked that wedge earlier the same day. It belonged beneath door 3. I passed it back to Owen. He said nothing. Farther ahead, the gallery split. The main route followed the curve of the wall. A narrower branch descended toward the foundation. Watermarks led down. Airflow came from the level passage. We stayed with the air. The impacts continued outside the brick. We heard one near door 5, then door 4. Each was fainter than the last. Between them came another sound. Metal dragged slowly across masonry inside the gallery ahead of us. It stopped when I stopped. When I crawled again, it resumed. The ventilation passage curved too tightly for my light to reach the source. I could not turn around. Owen was directly behind me. Reversing would have required both of us to crawl backward through water. I continued. The metal scrape moved at the same pace. After 20 feet, my hand touched something cold. It was my key ring. The same keys I had recovered beneath the wedges were clipped to my belt. I checked them by touch without looking away from the passage. Another ring lay on the bricks in front of me. It carried the same number of keys. The largest key had the same square green tag used for the magazine. I did not pick it up. Equipment is duplicated. Rangers carry similar rings. An old set could have fallen into the gallery during earlier work. In the darkness, with only a headlamp, I could have mistaken ordinary hardware for my own. I moved around it. The keys turned slightly as my knee passed. The metal scraping stopped. From somewhere below us came the sound of a latch dropping. Owen whispered that the air had changed. The gallery was drawing inward again. Our loose sleeves pulled toward the descending branch behind us. Water moved past our hands in the same direction. The tide was approaching its peak. We needed to reach an exit before the ventilation route flooded or the pressure became dangerous. 10 feet farther on, the gallery widened around a brick access shaft. Iron rungs climbed toward a rectangular plate overhead. According to the plans, the plate opened into the casemate beside the magazine. If it was not sealed by later restoration work, we could escape. I climbed first. The upper plate moved when I pushed, then stopped. Sand poured through the gap into my face. I closed my eyes, turned my head, and pushed harder. The plate lifted. I climbed into the adjacent casemate. The floor was dry. No water blocked the magazine exit. Nothing heavy stood against it. From this side, the door should have opened easily. I helped Owen out of the shaft. He checked the maintenance exit and found scratches across the lower iron plate, as though it had been pressed against brick. There was no object nearby capable of making them. The casemate opened toward the moat through an arch covered by a temporary safety barrier. Outside, the tide was high but several feet below the floor. Wind pushed spray through the barrier. We were no longer trapped. I radioed the rescue team and gave our position. The other ranger reached us within minutes. Before leaving, I returned to the magazine exit with him. The key turned normally. The door opened without resistance. The powder room beyond was empty. The water on its floor was gone. All 11 wedges remained stacked near the ventilation panel. They were completely dry. The chalk line around them was undisturbed. Door 11 was still latched from the corridor side. That meant we could not have entered the magazine through the main door after it closed. It also meant no person in the magazine could have opened it from where we stood. The other ranger used the connecting handle. The linkage worked perfectly. The latch lifted. When the iron door swung open, the main corridor beyond was illuminated. Every door from 1 through 10 stood open. None of their lifting straps remained attached. The straps had been folded into rectangles and placed at the center of each threshold. Our motion cameras were still mounted, but their status lights were dark. The power cable had been disconnected at the recording unit near door 4. The plug was not damaged. It had been removed from the socket and laid beside it. We searched the fort again that night. Every staff member and camper remained accounted for. No boat had landed. The moat showed no sign of a swimmer. The main gate had stayed under observation. We found no intruder. The tide peaked at 12:44, 2 minutes earlier than predicted. At that exact time, all pressure sensors in the work zone stopped recording. The next morning, the preservation crew examined the corridor. Door straps had broken at forces below their rated strength, but salt and hidden corrosion may have weakened the buckles. The rising hinge pins were attributed to frame distortion as the masonry shifted under tidal pressure. Facilities opened the cistern access beneath the work area. The chamber was partly flooded. Several cracks connected it to the moat. Changes in tide clearly altered air pressure under the floor. But that explained the vibration. It could also explain doors moving in sequence. A pressure wave traveling through the casemates might affect one frame after another. It did not explain the wedges, the sand-filled locks, or my keys inside the ventilation gallery. The duplicate key ring was never recovered. When a preservation worker entered the gallery 2 days later, he found no keys where I had seen them. He found no metal object capable of producing the scraping sound. The passage contained only construction debris and one orange wedge. The wedge belonged to door 3. My initials were on it. There was no opening wide enough for the wood to pass except the inspection panel inside the locked magazine. The official review considered deliberate interference the most likely explanation. Someone familiar with the fort could have moved the wedges, released the straps, and disconnected the cameras. The person may have hidden in an unsearched portion of the ventilation system. I agreed that human interference was possible. We installed tamper seals, new cameras, and modern access sensors. The iron doors were secured open with rigid steel brackets. Door 11 received an electronic lock that recorded every credential used on it. For 6 months, nothing happened. Then the spring tides returned. At 2:13 one morning, the access system recorded my credential at door 1. I was on leave in Miami. 7 minutes later, the system recorded me at door 2. The entries continued in order, each separated by almost exactly 7 minutes. Door 3. Door 4. Door 5 it arrived. The ranger on duty received an automated alert after the third event. He checked the camera feed. The corridor was empty. Every door remained held open by its steel bracket. At door 6, the video briefly lost focus. At door 7, the image shifted sideways as if the camera mount had moved. At door 8, wet sand appeared on the floor. No one saw it arrive. One frame showed clean brick. The next showed a narrow line of sand crossing the corridor. At door 9, the sand line turned toward the powder magazine. At door 10, the electronic system recorded a credential that did not exist in the current database. Instead of a badge number, the event log identified the user as inside release. Door 10 had no interior reader and no electronic release. The technician who reviewed the system believed the phrase was an error state generated by corrupted data. The final event occurred at door 11. The lock recorded my credential again. The camera showed the powder magazine door still held open. Inside the room, all 11 orange wedges were stacked on the floor. Those wedges had been removed from the fort and placed in mainland storage after our incident. By the time the duty ranger reached the corridor, the stack was gone. He found only wet outlines where the wood had rested. The steel brackets had not moved. The doors had not closed. No alarm activated again that season. The access control company replaced the entire system. They found a damaged cable near the cistern and concluded saltwater intrusion had generated false credential events. Video compression and intermittent lighting accounted for the apparent sand. The wedge shapes may have been repair materials left temporarily by staff. That explanation was accepted. I did not challenge it. I understood the difference between an explanation that answers every detail and one that allows an operation to continue safely. Door 11 was eventually removed from its hinges. The powder magazine was sealed during a later stabilization project. The ventilation inspection panel was bricked over. The corridor reopened to maintenance staff, though it remains closed to visitors. I transferred to another park the following year. Before I left, I visited the magazine one final time. The room was empty. Fresh mortar covered the access panel. The steel brackets held every remaining door open. Sunlight reached partway down the corridor. Nothing moved. I stood where the wedges had been stacked and listened to water beneath the floor. The tide was falling. From inside the newly sealed wall came a small metallic sound. Keys touching brick. I did not open the wall. I left the fort before sunset. 3 years later, I received a photograph from Owen. He had returned to Garden Key as part of an inspection crew after a hurricane passed west of the park. The storm caused minor flooding, but no major structural damage. The photograph showed the old maintenance corridor. The rigid steel brackets were intact. Every iron door stood open. Across the floor ran a line of wet sand. It began at door 1 and passed each threshold in order. At the sealed powder magazine, the line stopped. 11 wooden wedges stood upright in the sand. They were not stacked this time. They were spaced about 3 feet apart, like marks left by someone measuring a stride. At the center of each wedge was a fresh groove from the edge of an iron door. Owen told me the maintenance crew removed the wood and searched the area. They found no damaged wall, no open cistern, and no missing equipment. At the next high tide, the electronic lock recorded one entry inside the sealed magazine. There was no longer a door there. There was no lock there. The credential belonged to me. The system logged the entry at 12:44 in the morning. 2 minutes earlier than the predicted high tide. Exactly the time the sensors had stopped on the night Owen and I were trapped. That is the last report I received from Fort Jefferson. I have not returned. I still believe tidal pressure moved the doors. I believe the old fort contained spaces we did not fully understand. And that wind, water, and settling masonry produced effects that looked deliberate, because our minds are designed to find patterns. Someone may have interfered with the project. Software may have corrupted the access logs. Different workers may have moved the same pieces of wood without recording it. Any one of those explanations is reasonable. All of them together require more faith than I have. So, if you ever remain on Garden Key after the ferry leaves and you hear an iron door close inside the fort, check the tide. If the water is high, do not count the impacts. And if they begin at the entrance and move toward the powder magazine, do not try to stay ahead of them. Because door 11 is gone now. But the sequence still ends there. Story 4. The bats at Carlsbad Caverns do not return quietly. Near dawn, Brazilian free-tailed bats come out of the dark sky at speeds that make them look less like animals than objects being dropped. They fold their wings, dive toward the natural entrance, and vanish below the rim before most people can follow them with their eyes. If you stand near the amphitheater at the right hour, you hear thousands of small bodies cutting the air. You also smell them before you see them. I had watched that return more mornings than I could count. I knew the oily, musky odor of the colony. I knew the difference between wings overhead and wind moving through desert grass. I knew that the return could begin early, stop for several minutes, and resume without any reason we understood. What I had never smelled was smoke. There was no fire in the park that morning. There had been no lightning overnight, no vehicle fire on the highway, and no prescribed burn anywhere near the escarpment. The sky was clear enough that the first light over the Chihuahuan Desert showed every ridge east of the visitor center. Still, at 4:47 in the morning, the air above the natural entrance smelled like an extinguished fireplace. My name is Mateo Reyes. I spent 8 seasons at Carlsbad Caverns National Park, first in visitor protection and later in cave operations. The incident happened near the end of August, when the summer colony was near its largest and young bats had begun joining the nightly flights. I was assigned to an early resource patrol with Dr. June Ellis, a wildlife biologist who had studied the colony for 4 years. We were there to check an infrared counting system before the bats returned. Thermal cameras and recognition software gave the park a way to estimate the number of animals moving through the entrance without putting anyone in their flight path. The count was never exact. Overlapping bodies, temperature changes, and insects could confuse the system. June cared more about patterns than totals. That morning, the pattern changed before we saw the first bat. The monitor showed movement inside the cavern, but it was not rising toward the entrance. A dense band of heat traveled sideways across the lower edge of the image. It moved behind a limestone shoulder that blocked our view of the deeper roost. June restarted the feed and checked the alignment. The band continued in the same direction. Then the first bats began to return. They came in groups of only a few hundred instead of the usual streams. Their dives were shallow and disorganized. Several struck the limestone near the entrance, corrected in the air, and circled before trying again. One fell onto the paved path below the amphitheater and remained there with its wings spread. June and I went down after the main cluster passed. She carried a ventilated collection box, thick gloves, and the disinfected equipment required for handling bats. Electronic devices are restricted around the public bat flight program, but staff use specialized equipment under controlled conditions for research and protection. Even then, we kept our lights low and our movements slow. The bat on the path was alive. Its chest moved rapidly, and it clicked when June approached. What looked gray from above was a fine powder covering its head, back, and wing membranes. The material had settled against the fur in streaks. When the animal moved, the powder lifted in a cloud so thin that our headlamps barely caught it. June placed the bat in the box and checked the path. More gray dust lay beneath the place where it had fallen. She touched it with a sterile swab. The surface smeared black. By 5:15, hundreds of bats had returned in the same condition. Some carried only a pale line across one wing. Others were coated from nose to tail. The powder did not appear to burn them, but many were exhausted. They landed on ledges near the entrance instead of continuing toward the roost. A few clung to the amphitheater wall, which was behavior neither of us had seen during a normal return. I called the duty ranger and asked him to close the path, the amphitheater, and the natural entrance route. We did not announce smoke or fire. We treated it an unknown wildlife contamination event. Staff redirected early visitors to the elevator entrance, while June contacted the park veterinarian and prepared samples. The smell of smoke grew stronger as the sky brightened. It did not come from outside. Wind was moving from the southwest and carried clean desert air across the entrance. Each time a pulse of bats rose from below, the burned odor came with them. When the pulse ended, the smell faded. At 6, the thermal monitor recorded the final large return. The number surprised June. According to the software, nearly 80,000 more bats had entered than had left the evening before. That was not possible. She marked the count invalid and blamed the gray coating for changing how the camera separated one body from another. The sideways band of heat inside the cave disappeared at the same moment. We carried the grounded bats to a temporary holding space. Most recovered within an hour and began grooming the powder from their fur. The material gathered at the bottom of the boxes in soft gray drifts. Under ordinary light, it resembled ash from paper. Under magnification, it contained clear crystals, dark flakes, and pale fibers. Field tests found gypsum, dark carbon-rich flakes and fibers that appeared to be woven cotton exposed to heat. Gypsum was common inside Carlsbad Cavern, but it did not explain the burned smell, the black smear or threads that looked as if they had come from old work clothes. That afternoon, we reviewed wildfire maps, maintenance reports, and every environmental sensor operating in the developed cave. Nothing showed heat. No smoke detector had activated. Carbon monoxide readings remained at background levels. The cavern temperature was stable except near the bat roost, where the colony itself could raise the air temperature far above the cooler chambers around it. One sensor did show a change. It was a pressure logger mounted in a restricted upper passage beyond the public route. For most of the summer, the logger recorded slow changes tied to weather and movement of air through the natural entrance. Shortly after midnight, it registered a sharp drop. The pressure remained low for almost 4 hours, then returned to normal at the exact time the last gray bats entered the cavern. The logger stood near a restoration wall built over an old opening used during the guano mining years. Early miners had altered parts of the cave, blasting holes to improve access and moving material along crude routes through the darkness. Decades later, some openings were patched to restore more natural airflow and protect the bat roost. The wall near the logger did not seal a large passage on any modern map. According to the current survey, it covered a narrow exploratory cut that ended after less than 40 feet. The historic drawings were less certain. One pencil map showed the cut continuing downward. Another marked the area with only 2 words, bad air. That was enough to delay any immediate entry. A sealed mine passage could contain unstable rock, rotten timber, contaminated guano and air that would render a person unconscious without warning. If something had burned there, opening the wall might feed it oxygen. If bats had found a crack through the patch, careless inspection could drive thousands of them deeper into danger. We installed 2 additional pressure sensors and a thermal camera in the upper passage. A cave technician named Aaron Bell examined the exterior face of the restoration wall. Aaron had worked underground before joining the park and understood old mine construction better than anyone on our staff. He found a crescent of missing mortar near the ceiling. The gap was less than an inch high and perhaps 2 feet long. Fine gray powder coated the limestone beneath it. The dust pattern did not fall straight down. It extended sideways across the wall in narrow strokes, as though small wings had repeatedly brushed the same surface. Aaron used a mirror and a low-intensity inspection light to look through the gap. He saw darkness, part of a wooden beam, and open space beyond the mapped end of the cut. There was no smoke. Air moved inward strongly enough to pull a strip of survey tape against the opening. We fed a flexible camera through the missing mortar. The first section matched the old drawings. A narrow passage descended over broken limestone and mining debris. About 30 feet in, the floor dropped beyond the camera's light. A timber crossed the opening. Its surface was black, but it did not look burned. There was no blistering, no cracking, and no orange heat on the thermal sensor. The camera cable reached its limit before we found the end. When Aaron pulled it back, the final 6 feet of cable were coated in ash. The camera had never touched the floor or walls. We watched the recording twice. Nothing crossed the lens. The cable simply turned gray between one frame and the next while hanging in open air. June sealed the residue in sample vials. We covered the mortar gap with fine stainless mesh that allowed air to move but prevented bats from passing. Tamper tape went around the frame. The thermal camera faced the entire wall. We withdrew before the evening outflight. At civil twilight, the bats began circling inside the natural entrance. Normally, that warm-up movement becomes a counterclockwise spiral, and then a continuous stream into the sky. That night, the spiral formed and collapsed. A few thousand bats exited, turned above the amphitheater, and went back in. The next group never reached the rim. After 20 minutes, the ranger leading the program cleared the amphitheater without telling the crowd that most of the colony appeared to be flying away from the entrance. The interior thermal camera showed a broad mass moving toward the restoration wall. The stainless mesh remained in place. No bats passed through the visible gap. Still, the heat signature narrowed, reached the wall, and disappeared. The count on the camera fell by tens of thousands. Aaron believed the old cut connected to a larger passage through cracks hidden above our camera angle. June believed the bats had discovered another roost space and were using a route we had failed to see. Both explanations were reasonable. Neither explained why the animals came back carrying material that smelled burned. Shortly after midnight, the pressure behind the wall dropped again. The tamper tape bowed inward but did not break. The mesh flexed against its anchors. Ash began collecting on our side of the wall. It did not come through the opening in a steady stream. It appeared in small bursts, each one followed by a brief rise in temperature on the thermal image. At 2 a.m, the first bat returned from behind the wall. It did not squeeze through the mesh. The camera showed it striking the barrier from the far side, clinging for several seconds and dropping out of frame. A minute later, it flew across the passage on our side. We reviewed the interval frame by frame. There was no visible route around the mesh. The bat appeared first as a warm shape behind the steel, then as a warm shape in front of it. Between those images, the recording blurred under a veil of gray dust. By dawn, more than half the colony had returned through the natural entrance. Every animal we could see was coated in ash. The following morning, the superintendent approved a limited technical entry. Waiting carried its own risk. If the hidden space contained combustion, toxic gas, or unstable debris, the colony could be exposed for weeks. We needed to determine whether the old cut was open, whether air quality was deteriorating, and whether the bats had access to a second exit. The entry team consisted of Aaron, June, and me. A second cave team waited at the restoration wall. A surface group stood by above the mapped location of the historic cut. We carried redundant gas monitors, particulate filters, full protective coveralls, helmets, a survey line, and compact emergency air units. Our plan allowed 30 minutes beyond the wall. Any heat, flame, falling rock, rapid gas change, or loss of communication would end the inspection. We entered in the middle of the afternoon, when the colony was settled. Aaron removed the stainless mesh and enlarged only the failed portion of the mortar. The restoration material came away too easily. Its inner face had been ground smooth. The outer face showed old tool marks from installation, but the side inside the cut looked polished, as if years of moving air had passed over wet stone. The opening was wide enough for us to crawl through one at a time. The passage beyond smelled of cold mineral and burned cloth. Ash lay several inches deep along the floor, yet the limestone beneath it was cool. My thermal camera showed no hidden hotspot. The gas monitor read normal oxygen, no carbon monoxide, and only a slight increase in carbon dioxide. I went first, anchoring the survey line at approved points as I moved. June followed. Aaron came last and carried a small laser scanner. Our lights were directed toward the ground to reduce disturbance. Above us, bats clung to natural pockets in the ceiling. Every one of them faced deeper into the cut. They did not groom or shift. They hung in complete stillness with their heads turned toward the same dark opening below the old timber. When we passed beneath them, none reacted. The first 30 feet matched the camera view. Beyond the timber, the floor dropped into a steep chute lined with boards. The wood belonged to the mining period. Iron brackets held fragments of a track that may once have guided small containers of guano toward a hauling point. The boards were black from end to end. Aaron scraped one with a steel pick. Pale wood appeared beneath the surface. The black layer was not charring. It was a coating as thin as paint. A sample came away smelling exactly like the bats. We descended beside the chute using the fixed line. At the bottom, the passage widened into a chamber absent from every modern survey. The ceiling rose beyond our lights. Gypsum blocks covered one side of the floor. On the other stood collapsed timber frames and the rusted body of a small hauling tub. Ash filled the tub to its rim. The surface was perfectly level. It showed no drip marks and no animal tracks. When June moved near it, the powder drew away from her in a slow circle. It did not lift into the air. It moved across itself, producing a shallow depression that followed the position of her chest. She stepped back. The depression followed. Our gas monitors still read safe air. There was no strong draft at floor level. The only visible movement came from the ash in the tub and the survey tape on my line, which pointed toward the far wall. That wall was limestone, unbroken except for a vertical seam less than the width of my hand. Warm air came through it. The thermal camera showed a narrow column several degrees above the surrounding rock. June brought a directional microphone near the seam, not to record voices but to check bat movement. The headphones registered thousands of wing beats on the other side. The colony was not above us in the known roost. It was behind 6 feet of solid limestone. Aaron checked the scanner against the survey control points. The instrument placed the seam well inside a limestone mass that had been mapped repeatedly from 3 directions. There was no known room beyond it. The nearest passage lay more than 100 feet away and at a different elevation. He repeated the scan. The result did not change. June asked the support team to verify the colony location using the cameras in the known roost. The answer came back after a long pause. The roost was still occupied, but its heat signature was much smaller than it should have been. The staff biologist watching the feed estimated that most of the bats were elsewhere. The wing beats behind the limestone became louder. I felt them before I heard them. A faint vibration traveled through the soles of my boots and entered the hauling tub. The ash on its surface divided into rings. Each ring formed, widened, and vanished beneath the rusted edge. The pattern repeated too quickly to be caused by our breathing. Then the warm air stopped. The survey tape hung motionless. The wing beats ended at the same instant. Silence filled the chamber so completely that the small fan inside my respirator sounded mechanical and intrusive. My pressure sensor began dropping. The change was not violent, but it was fast. Air moved away from us toward the seam. Loose ash rose from the floor in thin sheets. Instead of forming a cloud, the sheets stayed low and traveled across the chamber like water running downhill. All of them flowed into the solid wall. The powder reached the seam and disappeared. No ash accumulated against the limestone. No grains rebounded. The stream narrowed and passed through a gap that should not have admitted more than air. Our communication line crackled. The support team reported a matching pressure drop on their side of the restoration wall. They also reported movement at the roost. The bats above us had begun to fly. It was 3:16 in the afternoon. Sunset was still hours away. I ended the inspection and ordered the team out. We turned toward the chute. The ash behind us changed direction. It no longer flowed into the wall. It moved toward our boots. The effect could have been caused by the path we opened through the powder. Our bodies disturbed air. Our steps displaced material. I understood that while watching the gray surface gather around the heels of June's coveralls and climb half an inch up the fabric. She lifted one foot. The ash fell away immediately. When she set it down, the powder gathered again. We moved faster. Aaron reached the lower end of the chute first. He clipped his ascending device to the line and put his weight on it. The old timber beside him produced a dry snap. The board did not break. The iron bracket holding it pulled free from the wall. A slab of gypsum the size of a suitcase shifted above Aaron and struck his lower leg. He fell sideways into the hauling tub. The container tipped, spilling ash over his chest and face. His respirator stayed sealed. His helmet protected his head. The leg below his knee bent at an angle it should not have held. June and I moved the slab without standing beneath the unstable wall. Aaron remained conscious and kept his breathing controlled while we exposed the injury. There was no open wound, but his ankle was already swelling. He could not climb the chute without assistance. The support team heard the impact through our radios. I gave them our condition and requested the cave rescue package. They began rigging a haul system at the restoration opening. Under normal circumstances, that would have brought Aaron up the chute and through the cut within 20 minutes. Now, the line between us and the support team went tight. At first I thought they had begun pulling before we were ready. Then, the rope moved sideways across the floor. It drew toward the limestone seam, dragging through the ash. I grabbed it with both hands. The pull increased. The anchor at the restoration wall held. The section of rope in the chamber formed a hard curve, as though someone behind the wall had taken the middle and was drawing it through. The sheath pressed into the seam. Fine fibers separated from the rope and vanished between the rock faces. The support team released tension. The rope continued moving. I cut it before the bend reached Aaron. The severed end whipped across the floor and struck the limestone. Nearly 20 feet of rope slid through the hand-width seam in less than 3 seconds. The wall did not move. June stared at the place where the line had disappeared. She had spent years explaining unusual bat behavior without turning uncertainty into superstition. Even then, she did not say the wall had taken the rope. She said there had to be an opening at floor level hidden by ash. We searched for it. There was no opening. The pressure continued to fall. Our gas monitors showed carbon dioxide rising past the level allowed by the entry plan. Oxygen decreased by a small but steady amount. Particulate alarms activated as the spilled ash became airborne around us. I fitted Aaron's emergency air unit over his respirator and secured his injured leg in a compact splint. June attached a hauling strap around his hips. The two of us could raise him up the chute, but only if the upper passage remained open. The support team called again. They could no longer see the restoration opening. A cloud of gray powder had filled the cut between them and us. Their lights reflected from it and showed a wall of moving dust. They could feel air pulling inward, but their gas readings remained safe. They were preparing a ventilation duct when the pressure change reversed. In the chamber, every loose object lifted from the floor. Ash struck the ceiling. Small gypsum flakes rose beside it. The empty sample bags tied to June's pack snapped upward. The hauling tub rocked onto its base. The seam exhaled. Warm air hit us with enough force to stagger June. It carried the smell of smoke, animal musk, and something sour beneath both. The sound of wings returned, no longer muffled by limestone. The first bats came through the wall. I cannot describe it in a way that sounds reasonable. They did not emerge from the seam one at a time. A dark shape appeared inside the stone, flattened as if seen through deep water, and then separated into bodies. Hundreds of bats burst into the chamber without any crack widening. Their wings struck my helmet and shoulders. Ash came with them in a dense gray front. My light revealed the limestone between flashes of moving bodies. The wall remained solid. June covered Aaron's face with her body and kept his airline from being torn loose. I turned my lamp down and held still. Running through a dense colony would have injured animals and disoriented us. The bats streamed past for more than a minute, climbed the chute and vanished into the cut above. None flew toward the known roost. When the chamber cleared, our coveralls were gray. Aaron looked like he had been rolled through fireplace ash. The thermal camera had shut down after its cooling vents clogged. My primary gas monitor displayed a filter warning, but the backup showed carbon dioxide still rising. The support team had seen bats emerge from the restoration opening. Hey. To them, the animals appeared first out of the dust cloud less than 10 feet away. No one saw them travel through the narrow cut between us. The route was becoming unusable. Aaron remembered the pencil map. The old drawing that marked bad air also showed a ventilation raise above the chamber. It had not matched the modern survey, so we had assumed the line represented an abandoned measurement. If it was real, it might reach one of the blast holes later patched from the surface. We found the raise behind the collapsed timber frames. It was a vertical slot barely wide enough for a person. Rusted iron pins had been driven into one wall. A cool draft descended through it, weak but clean. Aaron's injured leg made the climb impossible without a hauling system, and our main rope was gone. We carried a shorter rescue line intended for packaging an injured person. I anchored it around a limestone column after checking the rock. June climbed first, testing each old pin without trusting it. At 20 feet, she reached a ledge and built a second anchor with modern hardware. We placed Aaron in a seated harness. I guided his injured leg while June hauled from above. He made no unnecessary sound. Each time the splint touched rock, his hands tightened on the line, but he continued upward. The ash followed us into the raise. It climbed in narrow ribbons along the walls, moving against the descending draft. The ribbons collected on the iron pins below our hands. Wherever our gloves touched, clean metal appeared. A few seconds later, gray powder covered the same place again. Halfway up, June stopped. The slot ended at a flat surface of pale mortar. We had reached the underside of a patched opening. The surface group should have been somewhere above us, but the historic maps did not provide a reliable exterior location. The desert above contained no visible shaft, only limestone, soil, and restoration work completed decades earlier. I radioed our depth and the scanner coordinates before its battery failed. The surface group began searching with ground-penetrating radar and listening equipment. Their estimated position placed them uphill from the natural entrance, inside an area closed to visitors for bat protection. We had enough emergency air for Aaron. June and I did not have enough for a long wait. Carbon dioxide at the bottom of the raise continued increasing. The cleaner air near the patch kept our monitors below immediate danger, but the margin was shrinking. Ash packed into the outer layers of our filters. Breathing required more effort with each minute. Then something struck the mortar above June. The impact came from the other side. 3 measured blows shook dust onto her helmet. She answered with a rock hammer using the emergency cave signal. The surface team heard her and confirmed the location. They found no opening. Radar showed a void beneath less than 4 feet of limestone and fill, but the old blast hole had been covered so completely that its boundaries were invisible. The surface leader would not begin excavation until he knew he was centered above us. A mistake could drop stone into the rays or destroy the only stable air path. June struck the mortar again. Before the surface team answered, a second series of blows came from below. They traveled up the rays beneath my boots. 3 impacts. A pause. 3 more. Aaron was suspended between us. He had no tool in his hands. The chamber below was empty. The ash ribbons stopped climbing. For several seconds, every gray line hung motionless against the rock. Then they reversed and poured downward. The movement was so sudden that the air around my legs cleared. The wing beats began again below us. This time the bats were moving toward the rays. June hammered continuously. The surface team adjusted to her signal and removed the first layer of fill. Fresh air entered through hairline cracks. The mortar above her turned dark along one edge, not with moisture but with ash pushing upward from below. The first bat reached my boots. It climbed through the slot without touching me, followed by another, and then dozens more. There was too little room for a mass flight. The animals folded their wings and crawled over the limestone, over the ropes and across our coveralls. They moved upward toward the fresh air. I pressed myself against the wall to protect Aaron. Bats covered his harness and hung from the rescue line. Their combined weight was small at first. Then hundreds crowded onto the rope, pulling it away from the rock. The upper anchor shifted. June felt it and transferred Aaron's load to a second point. One of the old iron pins tore free and fell past me. I heard it strike the chamber floor, but never heard it stop moving. The surface team broke through a corner of the patch. Daylight entered the rays as a white point. Air rushed past us. The bats reacted immediately. They released the rope and climbed toward the hole. June shielded her face while the team above widened the opening by hand. The change in pressure pulled ash after them. Gray powder rose through the slot in a continuous column. It surrounded June and poured into the daylight. The surface crew later said it emerged like smoke from a chimney, but infrared equipment showed it was the same temperature as the outside air. They hauled June out first, so she could assist at the anchor. Aaron followed in the rescue harness. His injured leg cleared the opening with less than an inch to spare. I remained below until his weight was off the line. The chamber beneath me went silent. No bats remained in the rays. The ash column thinned. I began climbing. Just before reaching the patch, I looked down. My helmet light reached only part way to the chamber. At the limit of the beam, the ash had gathered into a level surface across the slot. It looked solid enough to stand on. The surface rose slowly, covering the lowest iron pin. Then the next. Something moved beneath it. The motion was broad and smooth, not the shape of an animal. It pressed upward without breaking the surface, as if a large body were turning under gray water. I climbed through the patch and did not look again. The surface team fitted a temporary screened cover once the airflow stabilized. Thousands of ash-coated bats circled above the slope in daylight, climbed high over the escarpment, and disappeared south. The powder on our suits changed in the sun. Within minutes, it became pale and lost its burned smell. By the time we reached decontamination, our coveralls looked dusted with ordinary gypsum. Material sealed in sample vials remained dark. Aaron had a fractured ankle and severe bruising, but no internal injuries. June and I showed mild symptoms consistent with elevated carbon dioxide and particulate exposure. But none of us had burns. Blood tests found no unusual toxin. The park closed the affected sections and suspended public bat programs while the incident was reviewed. A mine safety team entered the old cut after installing controlled ventilation and stabilizing the chute. They found the chamber, the hauling tub, and the ventilation rays exactly where we reported them. They did not find the seam. The far wall was continuous limestone. Detailed imaging found no void within the first 20 feet. The rope I cut was not embedded in the rock or lying beneath the ash. It was never recovered. The mine team measured the chamber twice. Their dimensions placed part of it inside the same rock occupied by a known passage on the modern survey. Both spaces could not exist in the recorded positions. Surveyors attributed the conflict to accumulated errors in the historic control points and distortion in Aaron's interrupted scan. That was likely correct. Cave maps are models, not the cave itself. Long passages, changes in elevation, and old equipment can produce errors that appear impossible on paper. The ash received a similarly practical explanation. Laboratory analysis identified gypsum, bat guano, decayed wood, and cotton fibers consistent with early mining material. The black particles contained carbon, but they lacked the microscopic structure expected from open combustion. A chemist suggested slow chemical alteration in the dry, sulfur-rich environment. The smoke odor may have come from volatile compounds released when old deposits were disturbed. No test showed that a fire had occurred. No test explained why cold material from a sealed chamber coated bats that appeared to cross solid rock. Airborne dust obscured most of the thermal recordings. The counting software reported more returning bats than departing bats for 3 nights, but it had never been designed for animals coated in reflective powder. Engineers also found dropped frames in the only recording that appeared to show a bat crossing the intact mesh. The counts were marked invalid. The park veterinarian kept 3 ash-coated bats for observation. All recovered and were released. Within 2 days, grooming removed every visible trace from their fur. Swabs collected afterward showed only normal cave dust. The old cut was sealed again. This time, the work used a reinforced internal frame, stainless mesh and mortar formulated to match the surrounding limestone. The ventilation rays received a separate screened cap at the surface. Pressure, temperature, and air chemistry sensors were placed on both sides of each barrier. For the rest of the season, the readings remained normal. The colony's nightly flights gradually returned to their usual pattern. By late October, most of the Brazilian free-tailed bats had migrated south. The natural entrance grew quieter. Public programs ended for the year. Aaron did not return to cave duty after his ankle healed. June continued her work, but refused to use the invalid thermal counts in any paper. I remained with the park through the winter and checked the sealed passage as part of my weekly route. The restoration wall never moved. The tamper seals remained unbroken. No ash appeared on the floor. In March, the first migrating bats returned. There were only a few dozen at first. The colony usually rebuilt over weeks. June watched the early arrivals closely for signs of disease or injury. None carried gray powder. Then, on the 7th morning, the pressure logger behind the restoration wall activated. The reading fell sharply for 4 hours. That should not have been possible. The logger was sealed inside the old cut, and the reinforced wall had no opening large enough to service it. Its data transmitted through a protected cable. The sensor near the surface cap recorded no matching weather change. At dawn, the interior thermal camera showed warm shapes approaching the wall from the known passage. The bats landed on the mortar and clung there, facing the sealed cut. Gray spots appeared on their backs. The first spot formed on a bat near the center. It spread across the fur without any visible material falling from above. Other bats changed in the same way. Within 3 minutes, all of them were coated. The camera did not lose frames. Dust did not obscure the image. Nothing came through the wall. The bats released their grip and flew toward the natural entrance. Staff recovered too after they landed near the amphitheater. The powder smelled of extinguished fire. Samples contained gypsum, altered guano, and woven cotton fibers, with traces of blue and red dye. The tamper seals on the restoration wall were intact. The surface cap was intact. The mine safety team found no pressure anomaly and no ash behind the wall. The hauling tub and old timber had already been removed during stabilization. Nothing remained below that could have produced the sample. The official explanation was contamination from residual dust in cracks around the restoration area. Bats are small enough to enter spaces we cannot inspect, and their fur can carry material for long periods. Pressure instruments fail. Thermal images can make gradual changes look sudden. I signed the report because each statement was true. I also kept a copy of the entry scan Aaron made before his instrument failed. Most of the file was corrupted, but one section preserved the outline of the chamber and the vertical rays. Months after the incident, a survey specialist cleaned the data and sent me a revised image. The chamber was larger than we had seen. Behind the limestone seam, the scanner had recorded an open space nearly equal in size to the known bat roost. The return was weak and incomplete, as if the laser had passed through smoke. Across the ceiling were thousands of small suspended shapes. At the center of the space stood 3 human-sized forms. The specialist called them reflection artifacts created by Aaron, June, and me standing elsewhere in the chamber. That would have been persuasive if the forms had appeared on our side of the wall. They did not. They stood more than 30 feet beyond it. One shape was upright. One leaned forward. The third sat low with one leg extended at an unnatural angle. The scan had been recorded before Aaron was injured. I stopped working at Carlsbad Caverns the following year. My transfer had nothing to do with the official review. I wanted daylight, open trails, and a place where every route to the surface could be seen on a map. June still sends me the seasonal bat reports. Most years contain nothing unusual. The colony rises and falls with weather, migration, and food. The pressure sensors near the restoration wall rarely deviate from normal cave airflow. But every few years, near the end of August, the return count exceeds the outflight by a number too large to ignore. Those figures are always marked invalid. On the same mornings, visitors report that the bats smell like smoke. Staff close the amphitheater, collect the exhausted animals, and clean gray powder from the path. By noon, the material has faded to white. By the time samples reach a laboratory, they contain nothing more dangerous than gypsum, old organic matter and fibers from clothing no one manufactures anymore. The wall remains sealed. The chamber behind it no longer appears on official maps. If you visit Carlsbad Caverns in summer, you may see hundreds of thousands of bats spiral from the natural entrance at sunset. It is one of the most remarkable wildlife events in the country, and almost every night it is exactly what it appears to be. If the bats hesitate at the rim, the program may simply end early. Weather changes. Animals respond to conditions we cannot detect. Rangers will ask you to leave, and they may not explain why. Go when they ask. Do not remain near the entrance until dawn. And if the bats come back gray, do not touch the powder they leave behind. It is not ash from anything that burned on the surface. Story 5. Every natural arch is temporary. That is not a warning invented for tourists. It is the basic truth of the landscape. Water dissolves the mineral cement between grains of sandstone. Ice widens fractures. Heat, cold, and gravity move rock in amounts too small for the eye to see until one day the movement becomes a fall. Most arches change slowly. Some collapse during a single night. What happened beneath Vesper Arch was different because the stone did not break apart. It moved back together. My name is Elena Ruiz. I worked at Arches National Park for 9 years, including 4 as the ranger assigned to coordinate closures around unstable formations. I was not a geologist, but I knew how to read crack reports, place warning perimeters, and recognize fresh sandstone on the ground. I had seen refrigerator-sized slabs detach without a sound. I had also seen visitors stand beneath visibly fractured rock because the light was good for a photograph. The job taught me to distrust anything overhead. Vesper Arch is not the name used on current maps. I changed it because the area remains closed, and nothing in this account should encourage anyone to search for it. The formation stood in a remote line of Entrada sandstone fins, north of a maintained trail. Its opening was broad enough to walk through, but low enough that the curved span felt heavy above you. Several blocks were wedged inside a crack running across the crown. That crack was the reason scientists began watching it. Arches elsewhere in the park have been monitored with crack meters and vibration instruments. Sandstone expands and contracts as temperatures change, so a crack may open and close in a stable seasonal cycle. Resonance measurements can also reveal structural weakness, much as the tone of a glass changes when it is damaged. Vesper carried a crack meter across its upper fracture, 2 temperature probes, a weather station, and a ground vibration sensor beneath the opening. The equipment recorded every 30 minutes and transmitted a daily packet. For almost 3 years, the pattern was ordinary. The crown warmed after sunrise, expanded through the afternoon, and relaxed after dark. The measured movement was less than the thickness of a fingernail. Wind produced recognizable vibrations. Thunder, aircraft, and distant quarry blasts produced others. Nothing in the record suggested immediate failure. The arch was closed to climbing and rarely visited, but the ground beneath it was still inspected after storms, because several suspended blocks could have fallen without bringing down the entire span. Everyone on the project knew that wall arch had collapsed during a summer night in 2008, and that large pieces had fallen from landscape arch while visitors were nearby years earlier. The absence of dramatic warning was normal. That history made us cautious, but it also trained us to expect an arch to fail by losing rock, not by reducing the space beneath it. The first abnormal reading arrived near the end of September. Between 11 at night and 3 in the morning, the crack narrowed by almost 1/4 of an inch. By sunrise, it had returned to its previous width. The temperature curve was normal. Wind remained light. The vibration sensor recorded no rockfall. 1/4 of an inch does not sound significant until it occurs across a mass of stone weighing thousands of tons. We treated the reading as an instrument error. The area was closed, and I reviewed the previous week with Warren Keene, a university geophysicist working under a research permit. He believed the crack meter mount had slipped as the surface cooled. We could not ignore the possibility of real movement, however. I posted a hard closure around the fin, notified dispatch, and scheduled a daylight inspection with Warren and Leah Morgan, our most experienced climbing ranger. We reached Vesper shortly after sunrise. No fresh debris lay beneath the span. The fine sand inside the opening preserved lizard tracks, beetle marks, and the prints from my last patrol several weeks earlier. Nothing suggested a recent visitor. Leah inspected the lower walls without entering the fall zone. Warren compared fixed survey targets from outside the arch and found no change larger than the tolerance of his equipment. The crack meter remained tight. Its stainless mounts were fixed in unbroken rock, and its calibration check passed. The 1/4 inch movement existed in the stored data. More disturbing was the shape of the curve. Thermal contraction should have formed a gradual line as the sandstone cooled. Instead, the crack had narrowed in 11 separate steps. Each step took less than 1 minute. Between them, the rock remained still. We inspected the crown with a pole-mounted camera. The wedged blocks had not shifted visibly. There were no new fractures, scrape marks, or piles of crushed grains beneath the contact points. Warren installed a second independent gauge beside the first and increased the sampling rate. Leah placed a camera outside the closure aimed through the opening. We left before the stone reached its afternoon temperature peak. The following night, both gauges recorded the same movement. The crack narrowed by slightly more than the first night, again in distinct steps. The camera showed no falling rock. It did show thin curtains of sand dropping from the inside curve of the arch after each contraction. In the final image before dawn, the opening appeared lower than it had at sunset. Morning measurements placed it back within normal range. Warren looked for environmental causes. A rapid temperature change could affect exposed surfaces before heat moved through the interior. Moisture in the porous sandstone could alter expansion. The park had received rain earlier that month, and water sometimes remained hidden in fractures long after the ground appeared dry. Entrada sandstone contains connected pore spaces through which water can penetrate and weaken the calcite cement binding individual grains. The denser layers beneath can hold that moisture against the base of a fin. Freeze and thaw were not factors in September, but evaporation itself can produce uneven stresses as one side of a formation dries faster than another. Deep below the sandstone lay salt formations capable of flowing and deforming over geologic time. All of those processes were real. None should have produced 11 abrupt, reversible movements in one night, and none explained why the steps were nearly equal. The wildlife camera offered one clue. Shortly before the first contraction, a desert cottontail entered the closure and crossed beneath the arch. The crack narrowed once after each of its first 4 bounds. The rabbit stopped near the center. The gauge stopped. When it moved again, the remaining contractions followed until the animal cleared the far side. The second night's camera showed a ringtail using the same route. The rock moved 9 times while it crossed. We considered coincidence before anything else. The animals moved after sunset, when sandstone was cooling fastest. Their pauses might correspond to changes already underway. To test that, Warren compared the vibration data with the crack record. Each closure began several seconds after a footfall reached the sensor. The delay varied by less than half a second. Wind gusts stronger than an animal's step did not produce the effect. Small rocks rolling through the opening did not produce it either. The weight of an animal could not deform the arch. A rabbit standing on sand could not transmit enough force through the ground to move a crack hundreds of feet above it. Warren's cautious explanation was resonance. A structure can respond strongly to a weak vibration if the frequency matches one of its natural modes. The arch might have become sensitive to the short, repeated impacts of footsteps. Even so, resonance could explain vibration. It could not easily explain a visible narrowing that reversed at dawn. We closed a much larger area and installed seismic sensors along both sides of the fin. Public safety did not require an immediate night entry because no trail passed beneath Vesper. Research did. If the stone was approaching collapse, the data could improve monitoring at other arches. If the instruments were producing a false correlation, we needed to find it before an unnecessary closure spread. The superintendent approved one controlled test with strict limits and a rescue team staged outside the fall zone. The test took place 3 nights after the first reading. Warren, Leah, and I entered from the south shortly before sunset. 2 additional rangers remained on stable ground beyond the fin with medical gear, ropes, and a portable tripod. We wore helmets, carried respirators for dust, and maintained radio contact. No one was permitted directly beneath the suspended blocks. Our path crossed the edge of the opening, where we could reach the instruments without standing under the crown. Before darkness, Warren established a baseline with 3 independent distance measurements. The arch opening was unchanged from morning. Temperature probes showed the outer surface cooling faster than the interior, which was expected. The new seismometers recorded our movements clearly, but the crack did not respond. We synchronized every instrument to the same field clock, photographed the laser targets, and placed colored reference lines outside the opening where exterior cameras could see them. The support team made a written movement log so we could separate our steps from wind, animal activity, and equipment handling. We also marked a retreat corridor that never passed directly beneath the suspended crown blocks. We placed soft pads under our equipment and waited without walking. At 9:12, the first sand fell. It came from the curved ceiling in a straight line between the two inner survey targets. Both crack meters showed a sudden contraction. The laser distance unit measured the walls moving toward one another by a fraction of an inch. There was no corresponding drop in temperature and no seismic event before the movement. Leah shifted her right boot to look upward. 7 seconds later, the crack narrowed again. A deeper vibration passed through the fin after the closure, not before it. The order mattered. The step did not cause the rock to move. The rock moved, and then the movement entered the ground sensor beneath us. We stayed still for almost 10 minutes. The measurements held. Warren raised one hand and lowered it without moving his feet. Nothing happened. I transferred my weight from one leg to the other. 7 seconds later, sand fell and the arch narrowed by another small step. Leah repeated the motion once. The same response followed. The rock was not reacting to impact frequency. It was reacting to weight shifting through the ground. That conclusion was physically absurd, but the test left little room for another interpretation. Warren placed a weighted equipment bag on the sand using a long pole from outside the opening. Nothing changed. He lifted and set it down 3 times. The gauges remained steady. Leah stepped backward. The arch closed again. I followed her, and another contraction appeared. The movement was no longer a fraction we could dismiss. The cumulative narrowing had passed half an inch. One of the suspended blocks above us shed a bright patch of grains. Warren ended the test, and I ordered everyone to withdraw by the route we had entered. Our support team moved toward the tripod outside the fin. Their footsteps crossed the seismometer line. 7 seconds later, the crack narrowed twice in rapid succession. The response was not limited to the ground directly beneath Vesper. It followed human movement within the closure, including people standing on rock that should have been structurally separate from the arch. We asked the support team to stop. The stone stopped. The nearest safe route lay behind them, but reaching it required more than 100 steps across exposed ground. Every step now carried a measurable response. We could not remain beneath an unstable span all night. We also could not walk normally without testing how far the arch could close. I directed the support rangers to move one at a time in slow sliding motions, keeping both boots in contact with the ground. The first ranger covered several yards without producing a contraction. When his heel lifted over a rock, the gauges stepped inward. He froze. The second ranger stayed beside the tripod and began preparing ropes without walking. Leah, Warren, and I used the same sliding movement toward the south edge of the opening. The method reduced distinct impacts but did not eliminate weight transfer. The crack continued closing at irregular intervals. Our laser showed the two sides moving inward together. That was worse than one loose slab shifting. The entire measured opening appeared to be shrinking. At 9:41, our main access rope became tight. It ran from a stable anchor outside the fin to a protected station near Warren's instruments. We had left enough slack for temperature movement and for people to pass. Now the rope was stretched in a straight line between the walls. The arch had shortened the distance by several inches. Leah reached for the release knot. Before she touched it, a block detached from the lower curve. It was smaller than the suspended boulders near the crown, but large enough to kill someone. The rock struck the ground between us, split in two, and filled the opening with red dust. One half rolled against Leah's legs and pinned her below the knee. The fall produced the strongest vibration of the night. The arch did not contract after it. Instead, the gauges remained fixed while dust moved through our lights. That distinction gave us a terrible piece of information. Rock impacts did not trigger the closing. Our efforts to reach Leah would. She remained conscious and had a pulse in both feet, but the block trapped one leg against the base of the fin. Warren and I could not lift it by hand. The support team had pneumatic bags and cribbing in the rescue cache, yet carrying that equipment into the opening would require dozens of steps and repeated load shifts. We also had to consider crush injury. Removing pressure too quickly after a long entrapment can release damaged tissue products into circulation and cause a medical emergency. Leah had not been pinned long enough for that risk to dominate, but the increasing pressure meant we could not simply wait. Every minute forced the stone harder against her while reducing the room available for a rescue system. I radioed our condition and requested a full technical rescue response. Cell service is unreliable in the backcountry, but our park radio reached dispatch. The county rescue team would need time to assemble and hike in. A helicopter could not safely work against the fin after dark, and rotor wash could dislodge weakened sandstone. We were responsible for keeping Leah alive until a ground operation could reach us. Her trapped leg was protected from direct crushing by a shallow recess in the sand. The danger was movement. Each contraction pressed the fallen block harder against the wall. Dust streamed from the contact point. Leah controlled her breathing while I applied padding and checked sensation without pulling the leg. Warren watched the gauges. The arch had narrowed by more than an inch since sunset. The rate was accelerating as the night cooled, but the steps still followed human shifts. Even the small movement required to adjust Leah's padding produced a response 7 seconds later. The stone appeared to distinguish living weight from equipment. Our loaded rescue packs did nothing when they settled. A hand or knee against the ground did. Warren proposed that body heat might be involved. Warm air rising from a person could alter a sensitive thermal boundary near the rock, while the timing only appeared related to foot pressure. He placed a chemical heat pack beneath the arch using the pole. The temperature probe rose. The crack did not move. The explanation failed before he finished describing it. We could not walk the rescue gear to Leah, so we began planning a suspended approach. The stable ground north and south of the fin offered separate anchor points outside the closure. If the support team rigged a high line between them, equipment and rescuers could travel above the sand without transferring footsteps through the opening. The line would also let us lift Leah vertically before moving her away from the block. The southern tripod was already positioned on a bench divided from Vesper by a deep joint. Footsteps there had not produced any response. Reaching the northern anchor was harder. A ranger approached from a separate wash and climbed a low buttress that did not touch the monitored fin at the surface. He installed bolts under emergency authority, then connected them to a second tripod. A lightweight pilot cord passed between the stations without anyone entering the ground beneath the arch. Every action still cost movement from Warren and me. We had to keep Leah's airway clear, monitor her leg, and protect the rope already trapped between the narrowing walls. Each time one of us shifted, the gauges closed another step. The interval remained 7 seconds, long enough for us to know which movement had caused it. Knowing did not help. The opening had narrowed almost 1.5 inches, and grains were flowing steadily from the crown. The county rescue team reached the perimeter shortly after 11. Their leader accepted the rule without arguing about whether it was possible. Rescue plans work from observed hazards, not from what hazards are supposed to do. No one entered the fin. They completed the high line from outside, tensioned a carriage above the sand and sent us a medical pack, lifting bags, cribbing blocks, and a compact litter. The carriage stopped 10 feet from Leah because the access rope had tightened across its path. That rope was now pressed so deeply between the walls that its sheath had flattened. Cutting it would release tension toward us. Leaving it would prevent the litter from passing. Warren secured both sides to separate anchors, and I cut the middle with a rescue knife. The severed ends did not fall. They vanished into the narrowing gaps on either side. Leah's condition began changing. Sensation in her trapped foot weakened, and the pulse became harder to detect. The fallen slab had not moved on the surface, yet pressure against her leg increased each time the arch contracted. Dust squeezed from beneath the rock in short red breaths. We could no longer wait for daylight or for the stone to reverse. I attached myself to the overhead carriage and allowed the outside team to take my full weight. Once my boots left the ground, I could move without producing a response. The effect was immediate and repeatable. I traveled above the sand, reached the equipment, and returned to Leah while suspended. The crack meters remained still. From the line, I lowered 2 thin lifting bags into the recess beneath the slab. Warren placed cribbing with a long-handled tool while keeping his knees and boots fixed. Wah! We used the smallest movements possible. The arch closed twice during placement, but it did not react when the bags inflated. Thousands of pounds of force entered the fallen rock without affecting the crown. The outside team increased and released pressure while Warren watched the live gauges. Nothing changed. That test ruled out a simple response to load, vibration, or compression at ground level. Human weight transfer remained the only reliable trigger, even though the force produced by a person was trivial beside the pressure from the lifting bags. The bags raised the slab less than 2 inches. That was enough. Warren pulled Leah's leg clear while I guided the splint. The gauges registered both of us shifting and narrowed in 2 rapid steps. The block dropped onto the cribbing. A new fracture crossed its upper surface, but Leah was no longer beneath it. We packaged her in the litter without placing it on the sand. Straps, padding, and the splint were applied while the carriage carried most of her weight. When the outside team began hauling, Leah moved horizontally through the opening. Her litter passed the place where the main access rope had disappeared, with less than a foot of clearance on either side. Halfway across, the northern tripod settled into loose soil. A rescuer stepped forward to stabilize it. 7 seconds later, Vesper contracted hard enough for everyone to see. The curved walls moved inward, not as an optical effect, but as a slow, continuous press. The litter brushed one side. Sand poured over Leah's face shield. The rescue leader transferred the line to the secondary anchor without anyone entering the response zone. Leah cleared the arch and reached the northern station. Medics carried her down the separate wash. Once she was off the monitored fin, her movement no longer affected the gauges. Warren went next. He attached to the carriage, slowly transferred his weight into the harness, and lifted both feet at the same time. One final contraction followed the transfer, then the rock held. He carried the manual data cards and one of the portable gas monitors. The fixed instruments remained on the formation because retrieving them would have required new contact with the ground. I was the last person beneath Vesper. The high line hung several feet above me, and my attachment point rested near the south wall. To reach it, I had to shift my weight once. I prepared the harness, shortened every strap, and told the outside team to remove slack as soon as I moved. The gap around me was visibly smaller than when we entered. I stepped, and the team hauled before the 7-second delay ended. My boots left the sand as the carriage pulled me toward the center. Behind me, both crack meters reached the limit of their travel. The laser target disappeared as the walls crossed its beam. A grinding vibration entered the line and shook the metal hardware against my harness. The arch closed by several inches in one movement, The place where I had stood became a vertical seam of red dust. It did not seal completely, but the curved opening looked pinched, as if pressure from both sides had softened the sandstone. One suspended block near the crown rotated into the narrowing crack and remained wedged above me. The high line carried me beneath it. Sand struck my helmet. I expected the block to fall before I reached the north side. Instead, it settled deeper with a sound like stone dragged across stone. The outside team kept hauling until I cleared the fin and touched the disconnected bench. No one moved inside the response zone for the rest of the night. We left the instruments, rope fragments, and rescue cribbing where they were. 2 cameras recorded from outside. The opening remained contracted for nearly 3 hours. Then, shortly before dawn, it began widening in the same stepped pattern. By sunrise, Vesper had returned almost exactly to its original dimensions. The fallen slab still lay on the cribbing, and the red seam where the opening had nearly closed was visible along both walls. The main access rope was gone. A small section protruded from a crack near the crown, more than 40 feet above the height at which it had been trapped. Leah suffered fractures to her lower leg, but no permanent loss of circulation. She returned to limited duty months later and eventually transferred to another park. None of us showed unusual respiratory effects beyond sandstone dust exposure. The physical injuries had ordinary explanations. A rock had fallen, a leg had been pinned, and the rescue had taken place beneath an unstable formation. The measurements were harder to dismiss. 2 independent crack meters, a laser unit, 5 seismometers, and both exterior cameras recorded the closure. The instruments disagreed slightly about total distance, but all showed the same stepped timing. Manual notes made by Warren matched the electronic records. Why? Their clocks had been synchronized before sunset and checked afterward against the radio log. No unit lost power. The files contained no unexplained gaps. Dust reduced image contrast but did not hide the movement of the reference lines. The evidence did not vanish, lose power, or become corrupted, which made the eventual explanation more careful but not more complete. A review team entered after installing remote anchors and completing a daylight hazard assessment. They created a new laser scan from positions outside the crown and compared it with the survey completed before our test. The models suggested that both sides of the opening had translated inward, while the top rotated by a smaller amount. That type of coordinated motion would normally require fractures extending through much of the fin. Inspectors found no new surface crack large enough to permit it. They did find fresh compression marks inside fractures that should normally have been opening under structural stress. Several grains had been crushed between opposing surfaces. The marks confirmed contact, but they did not prove that the entire arch had moved. Small blocks shifting near the sensors could have created an exaggerated measurement. The official analysis combined several real effects. Sandstone responds to temperature. Cracks change width through daily and seasonal cycles. A large arch has natural resonance modes that can amplify weak vibrations. Laser readings across an irregular opening can be distorted when targets rotate. The rescue also occurred at night, under dust, fear, and limited visibility. No single observation was accepted without qualification. The review could not reproduce the relationship with human movement. During daylight, technicians walked, jumped, and transferred heavy loads around the fin. The sensors recorded vibrations, but no abrupt closure. At night, staff remained outside the zone and used weighted mechanical devices to strike or press the ground. The arch did not respond. The 7-second delay survived every statistical test Warren applied to our data. 32 distinct human weight shifts were followed by 32 narrowing events. Equipment movements, rock impacts, and wind produced none. One reviewer argued that we unconsciously moved in response to sounds from the arch, reversing the apparent cause and effect. The synchronized clocks showed the contractions began after us, not before. Vesper and the surrounding fins were placed under a permanent closure. The visible instruments were left in position because removing them posed unnecessary risk. New cameras and remote seismometers were installed from outside the response zone. Park maps did not advertise the closure, and the formation's unofficial name disappeared from public research summaries. For 6 weeks, the arch behaved normally. Temperatures dropped, the seasonal crack cycle continued, and no stepped movement appeared. Then, during a moonless night in November, both crack meters recorded 11 contractions. No ranger, researcher, visitor, or large animal was within the closure. The cameras showed an empty opening. The ground sensors did record something. 7 seconds before each contraction, a weak impulse rose from below the fin. The source was not on the sand where our footsteps had been. Triangulation placed it deeper with every step, as though weight were descending through the sandstone and into the buried salt layers beneath the park. The estimated depth changed in regular intervals, too quickly for a fracture to propagate normally and too slowly for an ordinary seismic wave. Warren ran the locations with different velocity models. The precise depths changed, but the downward sequence remained. After the 11th impulse, the direction reversed. A second sequence climbed toward the surface. Each event originated shallower than the one before it. When the final signal reached ground level, the arch widened to its daylight measurement, even though sunrise was still more than an hour away. Warren believed the location estimates were unreliable because the sensors were arranged for surface rockfall, not deep seismic imaging. Reflections inside fractured sandstone can create false depths. Salt movement can produce small tremors. Temperature stress can release energy in steps. Those explanations accounted for every category of data, but not for the order in which the events occurred. The following spring, an aerial scan found that Vesper's opening had become permanently narrower by just under an inch. That amount could fit within survey uncertainty and natural erosion. The crown remained standing. The suspended blocks had not fallen. From a distance, the arch looked unchanged. The last report I received came 2 years after my transfer. A newly installed crack meter at another formation began recording abrupt nighttime contractions. The second arch stood miles from Vesper and above a different branch of the salt anticline. Its equipment came from another manufacturer and had been installed by a different research team. The contractions began when 2 technicians walked beneath it after sunset. No. The first sequence contained 16 steps, exactly matching the combined number of footfalls visible on their body cameras. Both technicians left safely. The opening returned to normal before morning, and the result was classified as an unexplained sensor correlation rather than an immediate structural threat. I still believe most of what happened at Vesper came from a damaged arch approaching the end of its life. Rock can move in ways that surprise people who think of stone as permanent. Temperature, buried salt, internal fractures, and resonance can combine into behavior that looks intentional when it is not. What I cannot explain is why the arch ignored falling rock, lifting bags and mechanical weights, yet answered each transfer of a living body. I cannot explain the rope pulled 40 feet upward through solid sandstone. I cannot explain why an empty fin later repeated our steps underground. If you visit arches, remember that climbing on named arches is prohibited and that sandstone can fail without warning. Do not cross closures for a photograph. Do not assume a quiet formation is a stable one. Those rules are enough to keep you away from what happened to us. But if you are ever beneath an arch after sunset and sand begins falling in a straight line, look at the opening before you run. If it seems smaller than it was when you entered, keep both feet against the ground and slide toward open space. Do not lift a heel. Do not jump over a rock. Above all, do not run. Story 6. Railroads leave evidence when they move. Steel shines where wheels touch it. Ballast shifts beneath the ties. Signals change. Crossing gates lower and axle counters record each set of wheels. Even a light maintenance vehicle sends vibration through the ground before it reaches you. That is why the first report from Morrow Crossing made no sense. Every system said a northbound train had passed. The problem was that 60 feet of track had been removed. My name is Nora Blake. I worked as a protection ranger at Cuyahoga Valley National Park for 11 years. The park lies between Cleveland and Akron, but much of the valley feels removed from both cities. The Cuyahoga River winds past forest, wetlands, old farms, the towpath trail, and a historic rail corridor used by the scenic railroad. My work included emergencies along all of them, which meant I learned enough railroad procedure to know when to stay off the track and call someone qualified. The rail line through the valley dates back to the 19th century. Modern excursion trains use it to carry visitors between stations, but the corridor still behaves like a working railroad. Switches, signals, and grade crossings require inspection. Vegetation must be controlled. Flooding and riverbank erosion can undermine the roadbed. The tracks often run between the river, steep wooded slopes, and remnants of the old canal landscape, leaving few places for a person to move aside safely. In some places, the towpath is visible through the trees, close enough that hikers can hear wheels striking frogs and crossing panels, yet separated by marsh, drainage ditches, or a sudden drop toward the river. Access for responders is limited to a handful of roads and maintenance gates. Visitors sometimes mistake the scenic setting for an inactive museum line. It is not. People walking on the tracks are not merely trespassing. They are entering a narrow operating space where a train cannot turn and may need a long distance to stop. Every ranger assigned near the corridor learns to treat polished steel as an active hazard, regardless of the printed schedule. The incident began during a stabilization project along a bend in the river. I have changed the name of the crossing and several distances because the exact site remains restricted. Weeks of high water had eaten into the bank beside the track. Engineers closed the segment, removed 2 rails and several ties, then excavated the soft material beneath them. The repair exposed layers of ballast, old cinders, and newer aggregate placed during earlier work. Survey stakes documented the edge of every cut. Crews photographed the excavation at the start and end of each shift, partly for engineering records and partly because riverbank failures can widen without looking dramatic from ground level. Those images later mattered. They showed the precise positions of loose stones, timber supports, and tool marks before the first unexplained activation. A gap of bare stone and compacted gravel separated the northern and southern sections, wide enough that no rail vehicle could bridge it, and deep enough that anyone attempting to drive across would have become stuck. No passenger equipment could enter the closure. Portable derails and locked red flags protected both approaches. Every locomotive key was accounted for at the yard. The signal system in that area had been placed in maintenance mode, but the crossing circuits remained active so technicians could test them. The work zone was also fenced from the towpath trail and monitored by 2 cameras because curious visitors repeatedly approached the machinery. At 1:17 on a Thursday morning, the gates at Morrow Crossing lowered. Their warning lights flashed for 43 seconds. The bells sounded. Then the gates rose. The nearest track circuit showed a northbound movement entering the crossing and leaving it at roughly 26 miles per hour. The event was not reported by a frightened witness. It was discovered by an automated maintenance alert and confirmed by separate timestamps in the controller cabinet. A delivery driver on the road had stopped at the lowered arm, but he reported only fog beyond the lights and assumed a work vehicle was approaching. No train appeared on either camera. The signal contractor blamed moisture. Rain had stopped before midnight, but water inside a junction box can bridge electrical contacts and create false occupancy. A technician reset the system remotely. The crossing completed its self-test, and nothing else happened before sunrise. At 6, a road crew arrived and found the northern rail wet. Wet. The surrounding ties, gravel and weeds, were nearly dry. 2 polished bands ran along the top of each rail from the missing section to the crossing. The metal looked as though wheels had passed over it recently. The crew supervisor contacted Park Dispatch because the closure showed possible unauthorized rail movement. I met him at the access road shortly after 7. His name was Thomas Venn, and he had spent most of his adult life maintaining passenger and freight track. Before entering, we confirmed the line was protected, checked with the yard, and logged our location with dispatch. Thomas carried a track gauge, inspection mirror, and magnetic thermometer. He examined the polished bands, checked the derails, and inspected the locks. Nothing had been disturbed. The rail temperature matched the morning air, except along the bright bands, where it remained several degrees colder. We walked only where the supervisor permitted. South of the removed section, the rails were dull with surface oxidation. At the edge of the gap, the shine began abruptly. It continued on the northern side as though a wheel had crossed empty air and landed exactly on the railhead. I photographed the transition with a scale card and marked our own boot locations before moving closer. Thomas ran a clean cloth along the railhead. It collected fine black residue consistent with wheel contact, not the orange powder left by ordinary rust. No tire tracks entered the work zone. The ballast between the missing rails showed no impression from a road vehicle, and the morning photographs matched the previous evening, except for the wet steel. Thomas found a second mark. Toe. The inner side of the northern rail carried a fresh line at the height where a wheel flange would rub on a curve. The line extended through Morrow Crossing and faded beyond it. Electrical failure could lower gates. It could not polish steel or score the gauge face. We checked every rail vehicle in the valley. The scenic railroad's locomotives and passenger cars remained secured. What? A small high-rail truck had operated south of the project the previous afternoon, but its location log showed it leaving before dark. Vehicles from freight lines outside the park could not reach the closed segment without passing staffed points or breaking locks. Our most reasonable theory was vandalism. Someone may have pushed a homemade rail cart through part of the corridor and removed it before the cameras captured them. That explanation failed at the gap. A cart could not cross 60 feet without rails, and lifting it around the excavation would have left footprints, tire marks, or disturbed fencing. We closed the adjacent trail and installed temporary motion cameras facing both approaches. Thomas added a separate axle sensor north of the missing section, independent from the crossing circuit. Priya Shah, a signal technician contracted to the railroad, replaced the wettest junction components and logged the old parts for examination. Nothing happened Friday night. On Saturday at 1:17, the southern derail sensor activated even though the derail remained locked in place. 8 seconds later, the circuit beyond the removed rails showed occupancy. The independent axle sensor counted 24 wheels traveling north. Morrow Crossing lowered on schedule with the approaching movement. The calculated speed was 25 miles per hour. After the gates rose, the next circuit, north, remained empty. Whatever the sensors detected had passed the gap and the road but never reached the following block. The new cameras recorded heavy fog forming over the work zone. A narrow bank appeared south of the excavation, crossed the bare gravel, and continued along the northern rail. It moved against a light wind. The surrounding valley stayed clear enough for the cameras to show trunks and fence posts on both sides. The fog never spread beyond the width of the track structure. It also maintained a level upper edge while moving over uneven ground, which ordinary river fog rarely does. The image contained no headlights, locomotive, or rail car. Analysts compared frames from cameras using visible light and infrared illumination. In both recordings, the nearest fence remained sharp until the fog passed directly behind it, eliminating the simplest possibility that condensation on one lens had created the shape. When the bank reached Morrow Crossing, the camera shook for several seconds, and condensation formed on its lens in 6 separate pulses. Each pulse cleared from left to right at the same rate, as though the camera were being passed by windows rather than surrounded by weather. Audio from the crossing captured the bells and the low electrical hum of the gate motors. Beneath them was a repeating impact. Thomas identified the rhythm as wheels crossing rail joints, but the section used continuous welded rail and had no joint at that location. The impacts came in pairs separated by the spacing of passenger car trucks. We notified the superintendent and railroad management. The corridor remained closed while engineers inspected the roadbed for settlement. Rangers staffed both trail approaches, and the railroad placed written authorities preventing any movement into the protected blocks. Ground movement can flex rails, trigger circuits, and produce sounds that resemble traffic. Nearby freight trains can also transmit vibration through saturated soil. Engineers set survey targets on the rail, bank, and crossing equipment, then compared them before and after the next tide-like rise in the river. No structural movement was found, and regional train logs showed no passing freight at the relevant time. Priya tested for induced current from power lines and radio equipment. She found minor interference but nothing capable of activating separate systems in a timed sequence. The axle counter was designed to distinguish electrical noise from a physical wheel passing over its magnetic heads. According to its diagnostic file, 24 real axles had crossed. The number bothered Thomas. 24 axles could represent 6 conventional passenger cars. It did not include a locomotive. The system appeared to detect a train made entirely of coaches being pulled by nothing. On Sunday morning, the crew discovered shallow depressions in the bare gravel between the rail ends. They occurred in pairs, evenly spaced across the gap. Each pair was about the width of railroad wheels. The impressions were less than half an inch deep and contained dark water, though no puddles existed elsewhere in the excavation. The engineer believed water had dripped from machinery before the weekend. Thomas placed numbered markers beside each depression and covered part of the gap with smooth geotextile fabric. If the marks returned, the fabric would show whether something pressed down or whether moisture rose from below. The next event was expected at 1:17 Monday morning. We could have watched remotely, but remote data had already taken us as far as it could. Railroad management approved a controlled observation from a high rail vehicle positioned north of the missing section. The vehicle could travel on the rails using retractable guide wheels and leave the track at Morrow Crossing if necessary. We established withdrawal triggers before entering. Unexpected rail movement, loss of radio contact, a change in the excavation, or any indication that another vehicle had entered the corridor. A recovery crew remained beyond the crossing with a tow line, fire extinguisher, and medical equipment. Dispatch notified local police and fire crews of the closure without asking them to stage beside the line, since additional lights and radio traffic could contaminate the observations. We synchronized cameras, watches, and recorders against one clock. The plan assumed a signal fault, but it treated the track as occupied until proven otherwise. That distinction governed every choice we made after the fog appeared. The team consisted of Thomas, Priya, and me. Thomas operated the truck. Priya monitored the signal equipment. I managed the park closure, radio contact, and emergency coordination. A second railroad crew waited with another vehicle beyond the next crossing. No one entered the excavation, and no one stood beside the track. We began shortly before midnight. The valley was damp and unusually still. Leaves held water from an earlier shower. Fog lay low above the river, but had not reached the rails. We checked the truck's brakes, guide wheel hydraulics, radio, emergency lighting, and road tires before leaving the crossing. Thomas stopped twice to confirm the rail gear remained locked. From our position, the work lights illuminated the empty gap several hundred yards south. The severed rail ends were capped in red and separated by a pale strip of fabric. Every fixed object had been marked so that later movement could be measured rather than remembered. Priya confirmed that every circuit was clear. Both derails remained locked. The crossing system was in automatic test mode. Our high-rail truck occupied the northern block as expected, so she used a portable display connected directly to the sensors around the gap. At 1:16, the radio carried a burst of static. It was not a voice or a transmission from another unit. The sound had the rising and falling pattern of steel under load. Thomas heard it and looked toward the dark southern track. The derail sensor activated. Our work lights dimmed, then returned to full brightness. Fog lifted from the river and formed a narrow line over the southern rail. It moved toward the excavation at a steady speed. The forest on either side remained visible. Only the track disappeared. Priya's display registered the first axle. Then, the second. The count advanced in groups of 4. Each time it changed, a paired impact traveled toward us through the ground. The vibration was weak but regular enough to shake water from the truck's side mirror. The fog reached the missing rails. The geotextile fabric pressed downward in 2 places. A second pair of depressions formed ahead of them, then another. The marks crossed the gap at the same speed as the axle count. Each depression deepened, held for less than a second, and recovered partly after the apparent wheel moved on. Small stones jumped from beneath the fabric as if crushed by a load. Nothing touched the surface that our work lights, infrared camera, or naked eyes could reveal. The stacked rails removed from the project began to ring. They lay on timber supports beside the excavation, disconnected from the active track. Vibration moved from one end of each rail to the other as if wheels were passing along their upper surfaces. Rust flaked away in 2 bright parallel lines. When the first invisible axle reached the northern rail, the polished bands extended toward us. Moisture appeared on the steel several feet at a time. The flange mark deepened along the inside of the curve. The fog followed, no wider than a passenger train. Thomas released the truck's parking brake and placed the transmission in reverse. We had planned to withdraw as soon as the northern axle sensor activated. The guide wheels resisted movement. The truck rolled forward instead, pulled several inches toward the approaching fog before the service brakes caught. The dashboard showed normal hydraulic pressure. Both rail axles were fully deployed and locked. Thomas applied reverse power again. The road tires turned against the steel, but the truck remained almost stationary. Our speed display briefly showed 6 miles per hour northbound, although we were moving south by inches. The discrepancy could have come from wheel spin, so Thomas compared it with the independent location unit. That system also showed northbound motion. Priya disconnected the portable sensor cable so it would not drag us toward the excavation. When she lifted it from the floor, the loose end pulled backward, as though caught in a strong current of air, although the cab windows were closed. The first impact reached the truck. It felt like a heavy rail car coupling behind us, except nothing touched the rear bumper. The frame jumped, and every loose item slid forward. Thomas kept the brakes applied. The invisible force pushed all 4 road tires along the railheads and left black rubber on the wet steel. Fog closed around the rear of the vehicle. It did not spread into the cab or across the woods. Through the back window I could still see trees on both sides of the track, but the rails directly behind us vanished inside a rectangular gray mass. Condensation formed on the glass in 4 tall panels, spaced like passenger car windows. Priya's display counted the remaining axles. 16, 20, 24. After the final group, the sensor stopped. The force against the truck remained. Whatever had crossed the gap now occupied the same block as us without adding another axle to the count. Morro Crossing lay less than half a mile north. It was the only place where the high-rail truck could leave the track quickly. Thomas increased reverse power until the tires found enough traction to move. The truck accelerated north while still facing south, with our headlights aimed into the fog following us. The crossing gates lowered before we reached them. Their circuits were supposed to respond to an approaching train, and from the system's perspective, that was exactly what was happening. Red lights flashed across an empty road. The gate arms blocked traffic, but did not block the rails. Our second crew waited beyond the crossing and kept all vehicles away. The truck could not simply turn onto the road while its guide wheels were down. We needed to stop with the rail gear centered on the paved crossing, retract both axles, regain steering control, and drive clear. Under normal conditions, the process took less than a minute. The fog was closing the distance faster than that. Thomas maintained speed until the front guide wheels reached the crossing. He braked hard. The invisible load struck us again and pushed the truck halfway across the road. Priya activated the hydraulic retraction. The front rail axle rose. The rear axle moved several inches and stopped. The second crew could not approach while the crossing circuit remained occupied, because doing so would place them beside an unknown rail movement. They illuminated the road from a safe distance and prepared to pull us clear once our tires left the railheads. Until then, the truck had to free itself. The gate on my side was low enough to block the passenger door if we drifted another yard, while the opposite shoulder fell toward a drainage channel. The safe exit we had chosen during daylight had become a narrow strip of pavement bounded by a gate arm, a ditch, and whatever was pressing against the truck from behind. A steel locking pin had twisted under the repeated impacts. Thomas could not raise the rear guide wheels from the cab. The emergency release was mounted beside the rear suspension, where no one could safely reach it while we remained on the track. The vibration behind us had become a continuous pressure that we felt through the seats. The engine stalled. All electrical displays went dark except Priya's independent axle monitor. Its count remained at 24. The gates continued flashing. In the rear window, the 4 condensation panels slid closer together, as if the unseen coach behind us were narrowing to fit the road crossing. Thomas restarted the engine and selected road drive. The front tires turned toward the pavement, but the locked rear rail axle kept us aligned with the track. I released my seatbelt, opened the passenger door, and leaned far enough to reach the manual pin cable from the running board. I did not step onto the ground. The cable would not move. I looped a rescue strap through its handle and anchored the other end inside the cab. Thomas applied slow forward pressure, while Priya pulled the strap. In. The pin released with a metallic crack. The rear rail axle dropped instead of rising. We had no time to correct it. Thomas turned the front wheels sharply and drove off the crossing. The rear guide wheels struck the flangeway, tore one mounting arm from the frame, and dragged across the pavement. The truck cleared the nearest rail by less than a foot before the broken assembly locked against the curb. The pressure passed us. Both crossing gates flexed north as if struck by displaced air. Water sprayed from the empty rails. The pavement between them darkened in paired lines that moved across the road and continued onto the track beyond. The bells changed pitch while the unseen weight occupied the crossing. Fog formed 6 connected rectangular sections. Their lower edges aligned with the rails, and their upper edges reached roughly the height of passenger coaches. We saw no wheels, doors, roof, or locomotive. Through each gray section, the forest appeared blurred and slightly displaced, like scenery viewed through old glass. There was no leading engine. The first rectangle crossed at the same speed as the 5 behind it. No headlight emerged from the fog, and the thermal camera held by the second crew showed no hot machinery. It recorded 6 cold blocks moving north with warmer air streaming around them. The last section cleared Morro Crossing. The gates rose immediately. The wet bands on the rails continued beyond the road, and the paired impacts receded along the river. Priya's portable display showed the occupied block moving north, but the axle total never changed. We expected the next detector to activate. It did not. The vibration weakened before reaching the following station. Cameras along the corridor showed fog moving between trees, then spreading normally above the river. At 1:21, every track circuit returned to clear. No one entered the rail corridor until daylight. Before inspectors moved, a drone photographed the entire route, and surveyors checked the reference targets from outside the track boundary. Inspectors then began at the excavation and worked north under a formal track authority. The geotextile sheet contained 24 paired depressions. Each mark compressed the fabric into the gravel, rather than rising from moisture below. Crushed stone beneath the deepest marks showed fresh, angular faces, and several grains had been driven through the fabric. The spacing matched the wheel arrangement of 6 passenger coaches. The stacked rails beside the gap were polished along their entire length. Their supporting timbers were crushed at regular intervals, as though the rails had briefly carried weight. The bright bands ended at each rail tip. Nothing bridged the spaces between the separate pieces, yet shallow wheel-width marks crossed the soil beneath those spaces. At Morrow Crossing, the pavement showed 2 damp tracks without tire tread. The broken guide wheel mount from our truck was bent forward, the opposite direction expected from driving off the rails. Paint had been removed from its rear surface by contact with something smooth and circular. No foreign metal remained in the scrape. The truck's event recorder preserved the forces we felt. Engine torque showed continuous reverse effort, while the vehicle accelerated north. Brake pressure remained high. An accelerometer recorded 6 separate coupling impacts from behind, each one weaker than the last. Engineers could reproduce the pattern only by striking the truck with another rail vehicle. A formal review included park staff, railroad managers, signal engineers, and geotechnical specialists. The first goal was safety, not explanation. The closure expanded to the next stations in both directions. Every maintenance vehicle was removed from the corridor, and no one worked alone after dark. Investigators created a unified timeline from radio traffic, camera frames, signal logs, the truck recorder, and the manual notes made by the second crew. Independent clocks differed by less than a second. They also separated observations made during the event from conclusions formed afterward. My notes recorded fog, pressure, and condensation, not a ghost train. Thomas had written repeated wheel loading, and Priya had listed axle groups without naming what produced them. Even stripped of interpretation, the sequence remained consistent. Southern derail indication, axle count at the gap, physical loading of the fabric, crossing activation, truck impacts, and disappearance before the next detector. The electrical theory remained possible. Floodwater and damaged insulation can create false occupancy across multiple circuits. Induced currents can make equipment activate in sequence. Those problems could explain the gates and some sensor logs, but the independent axle counter had its own power supply and local memory. It also matched the physical depressions, 1 for 1. Ground movement offered a better explanation for the vibration. The Cuyahoga River had already undermined part of the bank, and saturated soil can transmit distant rail traffic. A slow slip beneath the roadbed might have polished rails, shifted timbers, and pushed our truck. Boreholes and inclinometers showed soft layers near the bank, but no continuous failure surface extending beneath the gap or crossing. Survey monuments on both sides stayed within tolerance. A ground slip also should have pushed the rails and truck in one direction continuously. Instead, the recorder showed 6 distinct impacts followed by a steady northbound force. The bank had not moved enough to account for that acceleration. The fog, water, and cold thermal blocks were attributed to local weather. River valleys produce narrow fog banks, especially after rain. Moving air around a vehicle can divide fog into shapes that resemble rail cars. The cameras showed poor contrast, and our expectations could have supplied edges that were never truly there. That explanation was reasonable until analysts measured 6 rectangular temperature zones, traveling at exactly the speed calculated from the crossing circuits. None of the evidence disappeared. The fabric, rail sections, truck recorder, and original signal files were retained. Different experts interpreted them differently, but no one claimed the event had been fabricated. The final report classified it as a combination of signal malfunction, localized ground deformation, and weather-related visual error. The riverbank repair continued during daylight. Crews excavated beyond the original soft zone, rebuilt the foundation in compacted layers, and added drainage designed to keep river water from saturating the ballast. They replaced the ties and installed new rail across the gap. Every cable and sensor near Morrow Crossing was replaced, including equipment that had never shown a fault. Before the new ballast covered the excavation, technicians buried passive vibration gauges with no connection to the signal network. Their data could not lower gates or influence dispatch, which made them useful as neutral witnesses if the sequence returned. The old axle counter was sealed and sent to its manufacturer, where bench testing found no defect. Its stored waveform resembled clean wheel passages rather than electrical interference. 3 loaded maintenance trains crossed the repaired segment under controlled conditions. Their axle counts, vibrations, and thermal profiles created a reference for comparison. None reproduced the paired depressions outside the rails or the 6 impacts recorded by our truck. Regular excursion service resumed after engineers certified the roadbed. For nearly a month, nothing unusual occurred. Daily inspections showed ordinary wheel polish and ballast settlement. The new circuits logged maintenance vehicles and excursion trains correctly. Then a southbound passenger excursion cleared Morrow Crossing shortly after sunset. The gates rose, the final coach entered the next block, and the corridor behind it became empty. 3 minutes later, the gates lowered again. Dispatch initially assumed a separated car or broken train, one of the most serious possibilities on a railroad. The crew confirmed that every coach remained coupled, and that no equipment had been left behind. The crew aboard the real train felt a pull at the rear coupler. Their locomotive required additional power even though the grade had not changed. The conductor inspected the last coach from inside and found no mechanical problem. Through its rear window, he saw one white light centered above the track, following at a constant distance. Track systems counted 24 northbound axles moving behind the southbound train. The direction conflict should have locked the signals and triggered a fault. Instead, each detector accepted both movements. The passive gauges beneath the repaired roadbed registered loads comparable to occupied coaches, but only for the northbound count. Their peaks moved from one gauge to the next rather than occurring everywhere at once, ruling out a single distant vibration passing through the soil. Cameras showed 6 cold rectangles passing through the wake of the real train without touching it. A puddle beside the rail rippled before each rectangle arrived and went still between them, preserving the separation that the axle system had measured. The phantom occupancy continued beyond the point where it had previously vanished. It passed Brecksville, entered the narrow valley near the river, and approached the maintenance yard. Switches remained locked for the main line, but several parked passenger cars registered sudden brake pipe pressure as the movement went by. Yard cameras recorded the suspension of 6 parked coaches compressing in sequence. None rolled. No coupler moved. The compression traveled from the first car to the 6th at 25 miles per hour, then continued along an empty track. Mechanics found fresh polished circles on the rails, but no wheel damage. Thomas refused further night assignments in that segment. Priya continued analyzing the data and found that every event began at 1:17, regardless of weather or sunset. She compared signal timing river level, air temperature, regional freight movements, and electrical demand. None correlated as strongly as the time itself. The historic timetable from the early railway contained no scheduled train at that hour, and we found no documented wreck or disappearance that matched the pattern. Inventing a tragedy would have made the story easier, but the records did not support one. Whatever crossed the missing rails had no known train to imitate. I transferred out of Cuyahoga Valley 2 years later. The line continued operating, carrying visitors through forests, wetlands, and old communities as it had for generations. Most nights, the signals recorded exactly what passed over the rails. On a few nights each year, 24 northbound axles still entered the system without a locomotive. If you are near the tracks after the last scheduled train and the crossing gates lower, do not step closer to see what triggered them. The track corridor is closed to pedestrians for good reason, even when it appears empty. Move away from the rails, wait for the gates to rise, and do not stand where the fog is narrow. A train does not need to be visible to leave evidence that it passed.